Chapter 955. The moment this name appeared, Lu Yunji's heart jumped. The railing in front of him was smashed by his hand. How was she the second heir? Shouldn't this bitch be in nether jail being punished? How was she chosen by the stone steel to be the heir? Even 20 years ago, before this woman was caught and imprisoned, she was only rank 4th. 1 year in nether jail could consume 10 years of lifespan. That woman at most had a few decades to live. How did she become the second heir of the sky-burning Saint dynasty? How did the 9 extreme death jail do things? Why didn't Lu Tianqing, that old fogey, tell me anything about this? There was an explosion in the square below. Everyone couldn't take it anymore, exchanging glances with one another as they discussed. Lu Hanyan, which Lu Hanyan is that? Who else can it be? It is most probably the sky-burning Saint Emperor's direct granddaughter, the past Saint Dynasty princess. However, since that matter happened 20 years ago, she was kicked out of the sky-burning Saint Dynasty. Didn't the punishment hall chase her out of the sky-burning Lu family, take away her heir status, and lock her up in a 9 extreme death jail? Who knows what is going on? Could it be that something has happened? Did you all notice that Yinyuan's Saint Venerable's bloodline took up 30% of the 108 heirs? That is really the case, which means that Yinyuan's descendants obtain the most benefits from the bloodline retracing. Why do I feel like a storm is about to arrive and a huge change is about to happen? Those discussions were exactly what Lu Yunji was thinking about. He listened on quietly. His face first turned green, and then it turned dark. Lu Daoyan was also shocked, muttering to himself, Hanyan? Why is it Hanyan? She is back. She is ranked 2nd. Then he thought about something and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It is good that she is back. It is good that she is back. I'm really happy. She is really happy. Cousin Yunji, this is a joyous matter. What do you think? Although he still wasn't sure why the crown prince's name changed, he still didn't know why. Why would Lu Hanyan's name appear on the Saint plaque? However, he knew that the situation in the Holy Court would definitely change drastically. Lu Hanyan was once again a candidate for the crown prince. In other words, the crime of being his cousin was most likely cleared, and she was no longer a sinner of the Lu family. What happened back then would be overturned once again. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been recognized by the Lu clan's ancestral court in Saint Steel. But after this, if there weren't 1 or 2 powerful figures in the clan supporting him from behind, how could Han Yin be absolved of her crime? As for the sky-burning Saint Emperor, he probably didn't need to bear with it for Lu Hanyan. In the sky-burning Saint Dynasty, even if they couldn't recover, their bloodline disciples wouldn't fall to the point where they could be bullied by others. The joy in his heart was simply indescribable. I know that Cousin Yunji has always had a wish, but unfortunately, I'm afraid Cousin Brother won't be able to do it again. What was Lu Yunji's wish? He wanted to continue suppressing the people close to Lu Hanyan after he ascended to the position of Saint Emperor, so that this faction would never have a chance to rise up. Over the past 20 years, Lu Daoyan had accumulated countless grievances in his heart. Now that he had a chance to vent, naturally he didn't care. Lu Yunji, on the other hand, let out a muffled groan. At this moment, he really wanted to slap this noisy fly to death. Country ruler Xianhua left this person to give him a place out of the 9 crown princes. This was for the sake of the family, and also to take care of Yinyuan, Saint Venerable's face, in case that sky-burning Saint Emperor Lu Beiwu became desperate. In a Yinyuan bloodline, only this person was the most useless. However, at this moment, this was the first time he felt that this person was so annoying. If he had a chance, he would make this person die without a burial place. A violent intent flashed across Lu Yunji's eyes before he calmed down. However, he could only bear with it. Before he understood everything, it wasn't the time to act up. Clenching his fists, Lu Yunji waited quietly for the last name to appear. However, at this moment, the Saint plaque paused for a moment. Only then did the red blood light start to gather once more. At the start, it was a Lu word. After everyone raised their heads in anticipation, it was a show word. Lu Shou, who is Lu Shou? Lu Daoyan was stunned and didn't know what was going on. This Lu Shou name was really foreign. He remembered that there was no such person in the Saint dynasty. However, He remembered that he had heard of this name before, and it was only recently. All of a sudden, he was in a daze and didn't remember who he was or where he heard from. Lu Yunji's body shook intensely, the last bit of blood on his face retreating. He was in a daze, his body stumbling as he took several steps back. Lu Shou was Lu Hanyan's son, the one they recognized as a dual meridian body, a remnant soul body, a bastard who couldn't cultivate. The Lu family pureblood was actually him. So that was the case. Everything now had an explanation. No wonder Lu Hanyan could be ranked second. Was it because of the mother's genes? Naturally, this bitch obtained the most benefits from the bloodline retracement. To give birth to a pure-blood descendant of the Lu family, she naturally did a lot. However, should that bastard be called Lu Shou or Zhong Shou? How could he have a world-burning blood? Didn't they say that only with family members of the same race would one's bloodline be pure? The heavens really didn't open their eyes. Such thoughts flashed across Lu Yunji's mind. At this moment, there was an uproar in front of the Saint plaque. Lu Shou, who is Lu Shou? It is okay if Lu Hanyan is free and becomes the second prince. But who is this Lu Shou? I have never heard of him. There shouldn't be such a person in the sky-burning Saint dynasty, no. I remember that not long ago, there was a new person who was ranked 17th in the direct bloodline name list. Is that so? He hasn't returned in a long time and didn't know that there was such a change. You are the one who is ignorant. During these 2 years, he has shocked our Lu family. However, I have only heard of this person's name and have never seen him. His ranking isn't high, so I didn't pay much attention to him. It's strange. I don't know which faction raised this person, but he's been hidden for so long. This time it's really amazing. I heard that this Lu Shou is the son of Lu Hanyan and an outsider. You must be joking. That year, Lu Hanyan was willing to lower herself to find a so-called monster race native of the cloud world, a seven-tailed sky, fox bloodline native. It is already not bad that her son didn't die early due to the conflict of the bloodline. In the building, Lu Daoyan came back to his senses. Then, he couldn't suppress his emotions and laughed out loud, close to being crazy. His voice spread out and it shook the dozens of miles of space in front of the ancestral temple. Lu Shou, isn't it Zhong Shou? He's the son of my cousin. To be able to let Hanyan be free and become the second prince, if it isn't that kid, who else can it be? The trash in your eyes is the only pure-blooded person in the Lu family who grasps the world-burning blood eye. When all of you schemed against the Saint Emperor that year, all of you were worried about him. Did you think that there would be such a day? Lu Yunji was at the side, and he gritted his teeth so hard that they nearly broke. The entire square was deathly silent once more. No one spoke, only exchanging glances with one another. The Lu family disciples here were all really shrewd. They knew that if what Lu Daoyan said was true, then the Lu family was about to change, and a storm was about to arrive. The few powers in the Saint dynasty would definitely change once more. At this moment, they had to be really careful with every word they said. No matter how they fought, it was a matter for the upper echelons. However, if they joined in, if they weren't careful, they would be smashed into pieces. However, there was a portion of them whose eyes were shining. He was the only pure-blooded and the top prince of the Saint dynasty. It seemed like he was in an undefeatable position. Thus, in front of the ancestral temple, only Lu Daoyan's arrogant laughter reverberated, until a cold scolding spread out from the void. Shut up! A strong spiritual sense spread through the air, and a majestic body appeared above the saint's steel. Lu Daoyan's arrogance instantly stopped. He felt like his soul was about to be crushed by this person's spiritual sense. He couldn't say anything more. Lu Yunji relaxed. The person who came was country ruler Xianhua. 20 years ago, in such a tough situation, Liu Beiwu had pretty much taken control of the situation. This person still managed to turn the situation around and force Liu Beiwu to retreat. Moreover, the current situation was much better than that year. However, just at this moment, another person appeared above the Saint Temple. He was also extremely handsome and had a majestic aura, giving off a majestic aura. The moment this person arrived, the spiritual sense suppressing Lu Daoyan was forced aside. He also scolded coldly. How dare you make so much noise in front of our ancestral steel? You can head to the punishment hall to receive your punishment later. Not only was Lu Daoyan not shocked or annoyed, but he was startled as he looked at this person. Sky-burning Saint Emperor Liu Beiwu. He actually stopped cultivating and appeared in front of people for the first time in 20 years. The emotions in his chest surged, and Lu Daoyan suppressed it. He bowed solemnly. I know my mistakes and accept your orders. Liu Beiwu didn't bother, just looking at the top of the saint's stele at the names Lu Hanyin and Lu Shou. His expression didn't change, but his eyes were filled with emotions. Along with the two of them arriving, dozens of people appeared in the air above the square. It caused the place to be even more silent, totally silent. These people who stood in the air were either country rulers, heads of the five halls, or doyen venerables of the Saint dynasty. They all had high statuses and were really strong. Their cultivation was at least above Saint realm. The hundreds of thousands of Lu family disciples below felt that it was tough for them to breathe. However, they still raised their heads and looked at their expressions to deduce the current situation. Most of them didn't show their emotions on their faces. However, a portion of them were either happy, angry, or worried. At the same time, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. I wonder if the saintess can explain a thing or two to us. Who is this Lu Shou? This person has done nothing for our Lu family. How can he steal the position of the first crown prince? Chapter 956. I wonder if the Holy Maiden can explain a thing or two to us. Who is this Lu Shou? This person has done nothing for our Lu family. How can he be the top heir? When these words were spoken, it attracted dozens of sharp gazes in the air, which all swept over in unison. However, the person who spoke was really calm. Being stared at by dozens of Saint realm venerables, he didn't show any fear or nervousness. A look of admiration appeared in Lu Yunji's eyes. He was most disgusted by the Lu family's crown prince's 5 theories. No matter how many merits he had, how many enemies he had crushed on the battlefield, in the end, he was always at a disadvantage in terms of ranking. Sometimes, no matter how much merit he had, it couldn't be compared to the small increase in bloodline purity of others. Everything that happened today made Lu Yunji really unhappy. The sky-burning saintess who stood in front of the ancestral temple kept silent for a moment under the gazes of hundreds of thousands of people. The sky-burning Lu family heir has 5 theories. In terms of bloodline, merit, talent, strength, and family. Her voice was ethereal and spread to every corner of the area. In terms of family, this Lu Shou is the son of Lu Hanyin, the only great-grandson of the sky-burning Saint Emperor. In terms of bloodline, he has been proven by sky-burning and Yin Yuan. He does have our Lu family pure blood, world-burning flame eyes. In terms of talent, he stepped into celestial realm in 20 years. This has never happened in the Lu family in tens of thousands of years. In terms of strength, he has an end-realm Saint Venerable as his master and is the disciple of Cloud World Long Ying. As for merit, she paused, and the saintess didn't speak anymore. That cold gaze swept around indifferently. Everyone here knew what she meant, and they were all really calm. In terms of merit, this person became a pure blood. Bloodline retracement allowed all Lu family disciples to obtain pure sky-burning blood. It also allowed the Lu family to not worry about the sky-burning bloodline degenerating for a few thousand years. There were also numerous God Realm and Saint Realm Lu family experts who obtained a chance to improve because of this. In terms of merit, this was a huge merit. It was even more beneficial than the Lu family opening up dozens of worlds. Moreover, since a few thousand years ago, the territory of the Lu family had not increased for many years. In the pavilion, Lu Daoyan laughed softly. Cousin Yungu, in my opinion, it's best to put away your little thoughts. If it was a few thousand years ago, your meager contribution would have been nothing. She actually had the nerve to feel wronged? What a joke. If it wasn't for country Lord Xuanhua's special care, how could a trash like you, who even abandoned your fiancé, be ranked second in the Lu clan. Compared to you and my nephew, who had no one to rely on since childhood, but crawled out of the quagmire and benefited the whole family. Lu Yunj, who do you think you are? He hated Lu Yunj's previous threats, so he spoke without any scruples. Just make it sound as unpleasant as possible. He didn't even bother to lower his voice so that the people around him could hear him. Many people turned to look at Lu Yunj. Their gazes were either filled with pity, schadenfreude, ridicule, or pity. This caused Lu Yunj to feel more and more furious and unbearable. There was a thorn within which he couldn't take the pity and disdain in their words. Luckily, at this moment, the person who spoke in front of the Saint Plaques spoke once more. It attracted everyone's attention once more. Then, why is Lu Hanyin ranked second in the crown prince position? Are you going to tell me that it is because Princess Hanyin gave birth to a pureblood descendant? He still didn't fear the gazes of the Saint Realm venerables in the air. As for the sky-burning saintess, she also raised her head. A pair of cold, jade-like eyes were shining brightly. The mother is important, so why not? Since Lu Shou is the only pure blood in the family, then his mother's identity is naturally the second in the family. She also contributed greatly to the family. After Princess Hanyin entered the death jail, she didn't slack off at all. Roughly half a day ago, she went through her tribulation under the protection of the extreme flame Saint Venerable and entered God realm. The sky-burning Saint Venerable is the God treasure of the current world, established by the ancestors. For tens of thousands of years, the rankings have never been unfair. You all don't have to worry. The Lu family disciples didn't pay attention to the words that followed. All the knowledgeable people were attracted by the words going through tribulation under the protection of the extreme flame Saint Venerable. Extreme flame Saint Venerable was helping? In other words, this extreme flame Saint Venerable's stance was clear. He wanted to join hands with Yin Yuan, Saint Venerable. It wasn't just a matter of two end realm Saint Venerables, but the two main branches of the Saint dynasty. There were dozens of Doyen Venerables and at least two country rulers, two Saint Halls working together. At this moment, even Lu Yunj's face turned white. Only Lu Xianhua, who was in the air, was still calm, and his expression didn't change. The sky-burning saintess paused once more. She hesitated, and a moment later, she opened her mouth. The two Saint Venerables said something else. Lu Hanyin took 20 years of extreme techniques and was stimulated by the bloodline mutation of her son. She's showing signs of advancing. Although she can't reach the pure blood realm, she can be of help to our Lu family. There's also one more thing. 9 extreme death jail, Venerable Lu Tianqing was careless and caused the nether jail to be destroyed. After which, he tried to kill the top crown prince. Yin Yuan's Saint Venerable killed him in rage and is already reported to the punishment hall. His family is also sent to the death jail. There was a loud explosion which instantly spread throughout the entire white jade square. Hundreds of thousands of people were in an uproar. Only people like Lu Daoyan, who were close by blood, were really calm and not surprised. He thought to himself, so that was the reason why the retracement power calmed down. As for the other people, most of them were stunned, but they were also filled with anticipation. It wasn't easy to be a pure blood, and one Lu Shou was already a miracle. However, to be able to cause the bloodline power to reach the level of the entire family, the improvement would definitely be huge. No wonder. This sky-burning saint tablet would make Lu Hanyin, who was locked up for 20 years, the second crown prince. At this moment, no one cared about the Lu Tianqing matter that the sky-burning saintess mentioned. Only Lu Yunj felt a chill down his spine as he thought back to everything that happened that day. At that time, Lu Tianqing obviously sensed something, but unfortunately, he wasn't wary enough. He raised his head and looked into the sky. He saw that Xianhua and Xianya's expressions were cold and solemn. The former's face was dark and gloomy. However, the two of them both had killing intent in their eyes as they looked at the person in the crowd who was questioning the holy daughter in a loud voice. Lu Yunj was really smart and was slightly startled before he knew the reason. This person looked like he wasn't happy and was asking, but he had nefarious intentions. To ask such a question in front of so many people, he was really scheming. He was trying to sway people's hearts. Was he trying to build momentum for that mother and son? This person deserved to be killed. The moment such a thought rose up, he heard a majestic voice ring out in the sky. 20 years ago, because she married someone outside of the family, she was deemed a sinner by the Liu family. Now, she is the second crown prince of our Saint dynasty. That kid who is said to have tainted our Liu family bloodline is the only pure blood apart from End Realm descendants. Thinking about it now, wasn't the punishment hall head a little too careless with his punishment? Liu Yunj looked out, and the corner of his eyes twitched. This was Fang Jue, the current Sangyan hall head. Apart from feeling rage in his heart, he also felt ice cold. 20 years ago, the punishment hall head was Xianhua. The spearhead of these words was that Xianhua didn't handle it well that year. Was he trying to overturn the case? Xuanhua's gaze was as cold as a blade as he looked over. Fang Jue didn't stop. Instead, he laughed coldly. Because of this preposterous punishment, our pure-blood crown prince, future End Realm Saint Venerable, is still outside and can't return to the Saint dynasty. The heavens have opened their eyes, and young master didn't die so early, struggling until now. If not, how can the losses of our sky-burning Liu family be measured by a world and a country? Xuanhua's brow rose up like he wanted to speak, but he stopped himself. He was speechless. Looking around, he saw dozens of gazes looking over. Some were blaming, and some were warning him. At that moment, he didn't try to defend himself. He just snorted and flicked his sleeve with a cold smile. He didn't bother about Fang Jue's words and walked away. Xian Yi, who was still standing in the air, sighed. His expression was weird, and who knew what he was thinking about. Liu Beiwu's gaze was calm as he looked at the two names at the top of the stone stele. It was like he could see the person through the name. What you are saying is that you want to be loyal to me? Outside of the broken nether jail space, Zhongshu sized up Yixian. It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't interested. Although he hadn't personally seen this person's sword technique, he knew that he was a sword expert. However, as people who cultivated in the sword, their senses were really sharp. The person in front of him was a pure sword cultivator. His sword technique was top, and he should have reached peak spirit realm. He was just half a step away from God realm, which was why he was able to merge with the Tao. His combat strength was probably several times stronger than Ao Kun before he grasped the existence technique and entered Saint realm. Zhongshu definitely wasn't his match. With this person under him, it would be like having a super strong helper by his side. Whoever he was unhappy with, he would be able to teach them a lesson, as long as he didn't face End Realm Saint Venerables. Even normal Saint Realm Venerables would be able to challenge him. However, he knew his place. His small temple wouldn't be able to accept such a god. How could such a tyrannical swordsman be a fish in a pond? He definitely wouldn't be able to obtain this person's true loyalty. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhongshu still shook his head. If you want to serve the top heir of the sky-burning Saint dynasty, the Liu family young master, then please forgive me, Zhongshu, I can't agree. If you want to join my Qian celestial dynasty, with my current strength, I won't be able to support such a top sword cultivator. What a joke! There are still hundreds of celestial realm cultivators on the jade plate in Liu Wubbing's hands. With his small territory, it would be tough for him to raise all these people. At the very least, they would need to conquer at least 20 minor chiliocosms in a short period of time. If he had another peak God realm expert, even if he sold Zhongshu, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Chapter 9:57. Yixian shook his head and broke into a laugh. If I enter the sky-burning Saint dynasty and work for young master, then everything I need will be provided by the Saint dynasty. Young master, don't you know that any Saint dynasty crown prince has the right to use a portion of the sky-burning Saint dynasty's finances and manpower? This was especially true for the first prince of the Holy Hall. He had 2 Saint realm cultivators to worship. As for the God realm experts below, there were as many as 12 of them, so that after the crown prince ascends, there will be suitable people to use. Seeing Zhongshu frown and was about to speak, Zhongshu stopped him. Yixian stopped speaking and turned towards Zhong Weiren. The young master is unwilling, but old sir should know the young master's situation. You won't reject? What old sir? Zhong Weiran is still young. Zhong Weiran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His expression turned serious as he thought about it. There is no reason to reject, but it is a little hard on you. Zhong Shou was startled when he heard this, looking at Zhong Weiran in shock. Zhong Shou was really calm. His gaze, apart from doting, was also filled with a look that didn't allow him to reject. He was enlightened. It seemed like his father had made up his mind to let him go to the sky-burning Saint dynasty. He was conflicted about this matter. On one hand, he was filled with grievances towards the Liu family and was filled with rage. On the other hand, he was worried about his mother's situation in the sky-burning Saint dynasty. Although he thought about it, it was tough for him to make a decision. However, Zhong Shou knew that he had no choice at all. Since that was the case, then there was no need for him to be so pretentious. If he wanted to head to the sky-burning Saint dynasty alone, he would be too weak. To be able to have Yi Xian, whose strength was comparable to Saint realm cultivators, to help him, thus, he was speechless and didn't say anything, silently agreeing to Zhong Weiran's decision. However, he still had doubts in his heart. This person was willing to work for him, so it wasn't just for that simple reason. Since that is the case, then, young master, please accept Yi Xian's bow. A light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. He bent down once again and bowed. Zhong Shou raised his eyebrows. With a serious expression, he walked over and helped Yi Xian up. This was to establish their status as ruler and subject. Therefore, both sides were exceptionally solemn and followed the ancient etiquette. Young master, something's not right. From now on, you should be addressed as Lord. Yi Xian got up and said calmly. Yi Xian joined the sky-burning Saint dynasty and became master subordinate because he had other requests. However, they would definitely not interfere with his lord's important matters. Their goals would also not conflict. It could even be said that they were like-minded. Yi Xian is alone and weak. He can only rely on his lord's strength to achieve his wish. He said, I see that those two end-realm Saint Venerables love Master a lot. He definitely couldn't allow people with ulterior motives to follow beside the Master. If I had bad intentions towards young Master, then how would those two Saint Venerables have allowed me to live until now? Although his words weren't true, and he didn't say his true goal, Zhong Shou's brow was filled with understanding. Thanks to Liu Wubbing, he had some understanding of the sky-burning Saint dynasty. He knew that his mother's and his biggest enemy was that country ruler Xinhua. With the help of the other two monarchs, he was undoubtedly the most powerful person in the Holy Hall right now. Next was country ruler Xuanye, who also had a place in the Saint dynasty. He had once worked together with Xinhua to make the sky-burning Saint Emperor a mere figurehead. However, when he competed with Xinhua, it exceeded that of working together. However, once he used his identity as the top prince to enter the Liu family power battle. Then, this country ruler Xuanye would most probably join hands with Xinhua once more. Moreover, with the Liu Wushuang matter before, the chances of both sides reconciling were really small. As for Yi Xian's goal, it was most likely one of the two, Dao Xiaoyao. He probably couldn't investigate this person's background. He just needed to ask Liu Wubbing, and it wouldn't take long for him to find out his name. Although the last sentence made him feel annoyed, what did Zhong Shou have to do with Juyin? However, he had to admit that Yi Xian's words did make sense. Just as he was thinking about that, Liu Wubbing's expression changed. Yi Xian, Dao Xiaoyao? Xian Dao Xiaoyao, right? Linghong World, the previous master of Xiaoyao Xian. He once fought against 3 Saint Realm experts and shocked many worlds. I remember 70 years ago. Before he finished, Yi Xian pressed onto the rusty sword by his waist. A wisp of sword intent locked onto Liu Wubbing's sore soul. However, there was a smile on his face, speaking of which, it is embarrassing. It is like a heart demon that causes me to wander about every night. Yi Xian doesn't want anyone to mention it in front of me. Liu Wubbing was stunned and decisively kept quiet. He nodded his head towards Zhong Shou. He was telling him that this person should be trustworthy. Zhong Shou was more and more curious. Using peak God Realm body, to fight against 3 Saint Realm experts? That was really amazing. What kind of experience did he have to be trapped in the 9 extreme death jail? However, he didn't continue to ask. This matter was okay. Yi Xian only said that he couldn't mention it in front of him. He could just ask Lu Wubbing in private, and naturally he would know the truth. He didn't continue to ask. Zhong Shou reached out, and a few spiritual fragments appeared in his hand. These were the items that Lu Tianqing left behind. Although he used his Blood Eye ability to turn him into blood dust, he still had some spiritual fragments left behind. However, these items were left behind. Zhong Shou was a thrifty person and wasn't willing to waste anything. After his rage calmed down, he kept these items in his sleeves. Most of them were space artifacts. Zhong Shou searched for a moment, and his eyes lit up. How could there not be a decent weapon left behind by a Saint Venerable? Reaching into the space artifact, Zhong Shou took out a green-colored sword artifact that had sword energy around it. This is for you. It is better than the one at your waist. Treasured swords were given to heroes. Beauties were given to beauties. With the nameless sword, he wouldn't be able to use this sword artifact. As for Yi Xian, the thing at his waist that couldn't even be considered a spiritual sword was a little too shabby. What sword cultivators feared the most was relying too much on external strength. However, a good sword artifact was really important to one's combat strength. Oh, intermediate celestial weapon, Tianqing sword? This sword isn't compatible with my sword path, but it is better than nothing. Thank you, young master. Yi Xian took it and took a look. He accepted it without any hesitation and hung it at his waist. As for the one that he crafted, naturally, he tossed it to the side. Then, he asked, "What is ruler prepared to do? Should we head to the Saint Dynasty now?" "No." Pretty much the moment Yi Xian said this, Lu Wubbing anxiously opened his mouth. Nether Jail is destroyed. The two-end realm, Saint Venerables, probably need some time to deal with the remaining matters in the 9 extreme death jail. It isn't time to head to the sky-burning Saint Dynasty now. However, we can't stay here for long. The commotion here will definitely attract many people to investigate. I think that ruler should wait for a year or two to build up your foundations before returning. Yi Xian held his breath and looked at Lu Wubbing, who was wearing a mask. His lips curled up. Interesting kid. He didn't say anything and didn't have any objections. Zhong Shou and Zhong Weiran exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with helplessness. She knew that Jian was still nearby, but she didn't leave. However, there was nothing she could do, and she couldn't see him. Jian definitely wouldn't let them get what they wanted at this moment. Then, Lu Wubbing said, "Ruler has left for too long, and the Yuanren world and Cloud World's foundations aren't stable. I am afraid that something will happen over there." Zhong Shou's heart tightened. This was what he was most worried about now. Before he came, he didn't expect that he would be delayed by several months in this 9 extreme death jail. The Cloud World was fine for now, with Kong Yao taking charge and Song Shangdao taking care of it. Hong Jiuqin definitely wasn't someone who knew his place. There was also Tianfeng, Guild Tanjing, who wouldn't let things rest just like that. Mu Feng and Wanderer Fu, you were once intimidated by him. However, once Zhong Shou didn't contact him for a long time, he naturally had the courage to take the risk. Before heading to the sky-burning Saint Dynasty, it was best if he got rid of all these problems. At this moment, he didn't know what was going on with the Cloud World and Yuanren World, so there was no point in thinking about it. However, Zhong Shaoxin laughed coldly. Before this, he was worried about many things, which was why he didn't swallow up the Yuanren World. However, the current him wasn't afraid of the threat of those few powers. If those few people were willing to be well-behaved, then it was okay. If they really wanted to take their lives, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. He made up his mind to return to the Yuanren World. Zhong Shou didn't hesitate at all. "Father, let me introduce you to someone. He is one of my masters, Song Shangdao." However, just as he said that, Zhong Shou was stunned. He swept around with his spiritual sense, but he couldn't see the extreme light adversity crossing boat. Not only was it gone, but he also couldn't sense where Lin Xuanshuang's spiritual sense was, like it had never existed. After a long while, he reached out with his spiritual sense. He took out a golden talisman. The message within was left by Lin Xuanxuan. Disciple, now that you have fulfilled your wish, you don't have to worry about your life. I have other things to do, so I will take my leave first. I am here to visit a friend and try to find a chance to recover my body. Disciple, don't worry about me. There is also Jingyin, that seductive girl. I was worried that you would be charmed by her, so I brought her away. Zhongshu's forehead was filled with green veins. He thought to himself that it would be impossible for him to worry about this master who didn't respect himself. Where was his extreme light adversity crossing boat? Where was the Jun Tian celestial manner? What he truly missed were only these two things. The former was used to travel, and the latter was used to show off. The emperor of a celestial dynasty needed to show off a little. He found it with much difficulty, and this Lin Xuanxuan took it away just like that. And also Jingyin, who was the one who harmed her. Zhong Weiran looked at his son's exasperated expression and found it interesting, smiling as he looked on. However, moments later, Zhongshu felt that he had lost his composure. He took in a deep breath and calmed down, saying awkwardly, "My master seems to have other things and has already left." At this moment, he had no choice but to release the blue fire Xian turtle. Chapter 958. The extreme light adversity crossing boat was borrowed by Lin Xuanxuan, and the royal demon god shuttle parts that Shun Yuexian crafted for him were mostly destroyed. At this moment, only this blue fire Xian turtle could be used as a mode of transportation. It might look like a turtle, but its speed was not bad. It looked really majestic and domineering, so it wasn't too embarrassing to take it out. Although his star teleportation ability was really quick, it was still extremely fast. One jump was comparable to normal celestial realm cultivators, at least 10 breaths of time. However, such an ability was only effective on himself. It was really tough to bring one person along, so it wasn't suitable at this moment. When Yi Xian saw the situation, his lips curled up. He was a God Realm peak cultivator, so naturally, he didn't care about an intermediate celestial realm spirit beast. Even if this blue fire Xian turtle had the bloodline of a god beast. With his upbringing, naturally, he didn't have any intentions of looking down on it. He only thought about how his ruler rose up from nowhere and wasn't welcomed by the Liu family. It seemed like he was really poor. As the top prince of the sky-burning Saint dynasty, he actually couldn't even take out a decent space movement treasure. Zhong Weiran shook his head slightly and took in a deep breath. I heard that the first flying boat of the cloud world, the royal demon god shuttle from the Mahists, is in your hands? Zhongshu didn't know what he meant, nodding his head in shock. It is in my hands. However, it is badly damaged and lacks many parts. When he returned to the cloud world, he asked Kong Yao to send people to search for it. Who knew how much they found? However, there should be a reason why his father asked about this. You are lucky. This is what I got before I enter the 9 extreme death jail. Show her. You will most probably be able to use it. As expected, Zhong Weiran smiled. Waving his sleeves, and dozens of different-sized spiritual lights were tossed over. Zhongshu's eyes lit up. The items within the spiritual lights were all different and weird. However, Zhong Weiran had seen Shun Yuexian craft a similar style to this portion. If it was as he expected, these items were most probably the damaged parts of the royal demon god shuttle. Who knew where Zhong Weiran got them from? To know that he had this treasure, it was obvious that his father had left the cloud world. However, he still paid a lot of attention to Zhongshu. Without hesitation, Zhongshu took out the royal demon divine shuttle. Before he even cast a spell, the light gathered over on its own. It was embedded into the flying shuttle, becoming one with it. With the addition of these dozens of authentic parts, the aura of the entire treasure was completely different. It was no longer at the level of a magic treasure. Balls of 7-colored spiritual light flashed out from within. It was overflowing with immortal energy and had a hint of transcendence. Even among the immortal treasures Zhongshu had seen, it was rare to see such a scene. Even the knowledgeable Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. I heard that the Mahis of the cloud world are connected to the ancient artifact cultivators. But if there are any artifacts that are created, they are all rare and good quality items. This saying is indeed true. Zhongsho also smiled. Just by looking at the atmosphere, it was much better than the Aurora Adversity Crossing boat. Forget it. Forget it. If Master wanted to take away this trash flying boat, then he could. He didn't care about it. Unfortunately, there were dozens of parts that weren't completed. Apart from feeling regretful, it also made his heart itch. Following which he heard Zone Weiran say, "Showa, you want to go to the Yuanren world, but I can't accompany you. I have other things to do here, so I have to part with you." Zhongsho instantly frowned. They had just met for an hour, so why did he have to leave? Although he had his father by his side, he still felt a little uneasy. However, they were close and had only met twice in dozens of years. Furthermore, his mother had already escaped and Zone Weiran's injuries hadn't healed. So what else could he have to do? Looking out, he saw that Zone Weiran was in a daze as he looked into the void in front of him. It was the direction his mother, Lu Hanyin, left in. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhongsho roughly guessed what he meant. He said curiously, "I remember father said that as an outsider, you can't interfere in the matter between mother and the Lu family. If not, it might backfire and drag down mother instead. Father and I haven't seen each other in a long time." "That's true." Zone Weiran smiled, his eyes filled with an unwavering determination. "However, I've been separated from your mother for 20 years and watched as the Lu family snatched her away from me. I know that she is suffering, but I can't do anything about it. I owe your mother too much. Now that she is finally free, even if I can't help her, I will try my best to accompany her and talk to her. Even if we can't meet, even if it's just for a day." Zhongsho was startled and then didn't say anything more. For some reason, he felt a little desolate in his heart. As expected, his son couldn't be compared to his wife. Mother had already escaped from the death jail, so naturally, he could toss his son to the side. He probably wished that Zhongsho would leave as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be an eyesore in front of him. Thus, he sighed and dispelled the thought of accompanying Zone Weiran for a period of time. He was originally planning to be filial by his father's side, but in the end, Zhongsho was the one who thought too highly of himself. Filled with shame and rage, Zhongsho didn't drag things out and act like they were father and son. He said a few words to Zone Weiran as a form of goodbye. Then, he drove the Royal Demon God shuttle and brought Yi Xian and Lu Wubbing far away from the 9 Extreme Death Jail. As expected, there was an end-realm spiritual sense locking down the area. Along the way, Zhongsho saw several God Realm cultivators. They couldn't escape and were instead locked down in the void. They were all in a tragic state. Who knew what kind of punishment and torture they suffered? Yi Xian was really calm. The Nether Jail collapsing seemed like the best time to escape. However, the only way out was Zhongsho, the top heir of the sky-burning Saint Dynasty. He gambled correctly this time. As expected, there were no obstructions along the way. That end-realm spiritual sense locked down the entire space. However, it didn't stop the shuttle and allowed Zhongsho and the others to leave. The Royal Demon God shuttle was really quick. Although its grade was similar to the Extreme Light Adversity Crossing boat, it was extremely fast. When it went all out, its speed was a full 6 times that of the Extreme Light Adversity Crossing boat. In terms of speed, even Zhongsho, who grasped the star-space teleportation technique, had to admit that he wasn't as fast. The space inside had also expanded from its original size of 30,000 meters to an exaggerated size of 300,000 meters. It was pretty much no weaker than Zhongsho's Juntian Celestial Manor. One couldn't help but sigh at the huge gap between artifact blacksmiths. They were all celestial artifacts, so the materials used should be different. However, since they came from different artifact blacksmiths, it made power different. In just half a day, they were 10 worlds away. At most, they would be able to reach Yuanren world in just a dozen days. At this moment, Zhongsho saw that Lu Wubbing was having a tough time. Knowing the reason, Zhongsho laughed coldly. As expected, when they sensed that they were out of the death jail world, the celestial cultivators that he subdued weren't well-behaved anymore. They were most probably going all out to struggle, such that Lu Wubbing couldn't suppress them even if he went all out. He didn't hesitate and told him to take out the jade plate and take it over. He praised, This item is all thanks to you. The original agreement was half a month. However, the time he spent in the nether jail far exceeded that half a month. He looked at the mask on Lu Wubbing's face. From today on, you don't have to hide your identity anymore. Since he was going to the sky-burning Saint Dynasty, he would be swept up in the Lu family power struggle. There was no need to hide Lu Wubbing's identity anymore. Even if Shuanya country ruler knew that Lu Wushuang died at his hands, so what? He would be an enemy sooner or later, so there was no need to hide anymore. There is no rush. The Buddhist faction still has some problems. Lu Wubbing smiled, not bothering to take credit for the jade plate matter. These celestial cultivators were all done by Lu Wubbing alone. How could I suppress them? Extreme Flame Saint Venerable is helping me. Zhong Shou was startled and then scoffed coldly. Speaking of this person's name, he was really annoyed and didn't want to accept it. He shook his head and sent his spiritual sense into those jade plates. The plates were shaking and the restrictions within were collapsing. The entire space was on the verge of destruction, just like the nether jail. There were 170 immortal cultivators of varying cultivation levels, and most of them were struggling with all their might in an attempt to break free. After working together, they were really strong. Less than 10% of them followed the oath and waited patiently. Zhong Shaxin scoffed coldly. He felt fortunate that he made these people swear a hard oath. He also injected spiritual talisman restrictions into each of their bodies. He also made up his mind to be more careful when crafting Dao weapons with these people. He also had to use even tighter restrictions such that these people wouldn't be able to betray him. Zhong Shou wasn't a good person, and his conscience didn't feel that this was inappropriate. Since these people agreed, then the deal was completed. He allowed these hundreds of celestial cultivators to break free from the jail and allowed them to obtain freedom. However, this freedom didn't come without a price. They had to serve Zhong Shou and willingly become his Dao soldiers. They had to be refined. Pressing down with his spiritual sense, a blood color appeared in Zhong Shou's eyes once more as he coldly shone into the jade plate. The two people who were struggling the most fiercely immediately let out a wail, and their bodies were ignited with scarlet flames. The expressions of the other celestial cultivators all changed. Under the spiritual sense suppression, they all stopped moving. The space within the jade plate swiftly stabilized. The seal that had been broken was quickly mending itself. The world-burning flame had the ability to burn the world, but it also had the ability to stabilize space. It merged with the Nine-Tailed Sky Fox's illusionary technique ability and also had the ability to affect the soul oath. These people thought that they had the ability to suppress the soul oath. However, they didn't know that the moment the oath was made, they wouldn't be able to escape from his hands. Those two people were just showing off to warn the others. It caused the jade plate to calm down once more. However, Zhong Shou started to worry once more. He had promised that he would release these celestial realm cultivators. At this moment, they had already left the 9 extreme death jail, so he couldn't keep them trapped here. At this moment, Yi Xian asked curiously, "Is Master prepared to use these celestial cultivators to craft Dao soldiers? Could it be that you're worrying about what kind of method you should use?" Chapter 9:59. Is Master prepared to use these celestial cultivators to refine Dao soldiers? Could it be that you're worrying about what kind of technique you should use? When Zhong Shou heard this, he smiled helplessly. He wasn't considering what technique to use, but he didn't have a choice at all. I do have a set of techniques to refine celestial gray Dao soldiers, and it is a top technique. In the past, I obtained a portion of the Cloud World Qin and Xiang family legacies, amongst which there is an Emperor Qin Yu celestial technique. I heard that in the early years, the Taoist faction and Tsang Shengdao both needed to avoid it. However, this technique is strong for power and can at least extend the lifespan of Dao soldiers by 1,000 years. However, in the future, there is no hope of upgrading. This was what Zhong Shou was most conflicted about. That Emperor Qin Yu, celestial warrior, even exceeded the secret Dao soldiers of the few Taoist factions. However, there were obvious flaws. Who knows if the celestial cultivators under the emperor couldn't perfect it or if he purposely did so. Yi Xian was slightly moved. 10,000 years ago, the cloud world alone was able to go up against thousands of worlds. There were dozens of end-realm cultivators that were produced. There were also people like Shi Zi who were half a step to true realm. As such, he didn't dare to underestimate the cultivation methods and secret techniques of this world. Moreover, it was the Shurqin dynasty that the various factions of the cloud world were helpless against. Master is so kind and kind, it is the fortune of these people. When Yi Xian said these words, one couldn't tell if it was praise or mocking. Such a top Dao soldier technique, and he was actually unwilling to use it. That was just unimaginable. Zhongsho smiled and didn't say anything. He wasn't being kind, and there was no relationship at all. In the end, he just wanted these people to be willing to serve him. If a person was in total despair, then they could do anything. Although the Emperor Qinyu celestial technique was good, it was only temporary. Thinking about how the Qin dynasty only lasted for one generation, there might have been a reason why the celestial warriors weren't willing to go all out. After the first emperor died, in all the battles after that, there was no news of Qinyu being a celestial warrior. Only by keeping their hopes of advancing to the next realm would these people be willing to truly work for him. These people had soul oaths and forbidden arts on them. Whether they could advance to the immortal realm, or even whether they lived or died, all depended on a single thought from him. The resources needed for cultivation, medicinal pills, skill formulas, and spiritual lands, all of which needed to be provided by him. In order to have all of these, they had to work for him and satisfy Zhongsho. If one day, someone could break through to the deity realm and no longer be restricted by the restrictions of the Dao Tool restrictions, then the Dao Tool restrictions would become a huge problem. Then he must have had enough merits to pay the price of leaving the 9 extreme death prison. In any case, Zhongsho was happy to see this happen. If at that time these people were willing to stay, naturally it would be for the best. If they wanted to leave, he would send them a generous gift so that they could part on good terms. Using forceful means to force him without leaving any leeway. Zhongsho had never liked this kind of method. It was a style of doing things that both sides could work together and win. Yi Xian didn't know, but Lu Wubbing guessed a little. A weird expression appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself that maybe this was the reason why Zhongsho was the saint ruler of the world. With such a master as a subject, naturally he could be at ease. However, sometimes he would have a huge headache. Despite Song Shengdao's secret Dao soldier technique was personally created by Shi Zi. This should be the most perfect Dao soldier technique in the world with the highest potential. There is also the sky-burning Lu family's 9-flame soldier burning technique, along with the extreme flame sky burning formation. It is also a top heaven grade Dao soldier technique. The Lu family has fought for 10,000 years and attacked thousands of worlds. They are famous in many worlds and are also really perfect. Zhongsho's brow rose up. Song Shengdao's heaven-grade Dao soldier technique was naturally not bad. As a second-generation direct disciple, he also had the legacy of this technique. However, these celestial cultivators were the Dao soldiers of his Qin celestial dynasty. Although the seniors of Song Shengdao wouldn't say anything, it still wasn't appropriate. When Lu Wubbing said the last few words, he frowned. Lu family? Since he wasn't even willing to use Song Shengdao's legacy, then what about the Lu family? In the future, he was going to head to the Celestial Dynasty, but he didn't plan to change his surname. He also didn't think about inheriting the sky-burning Saint Emperor. His hatred for the Lu family didn't change. Moreover, Zhongsho was an upright person, so why did he need to accept the kindness of others? He went to the Saint Dynasty to help his mother gain a stable footing in the Lu family. As for that Xianhua, a sharp glow appeared in Samuraim's eyes and killing intent flashed. Although Lu Tianqing was dead, the culprit wasn't killed. One day, he would kill this person with his own hands. Yi Xian looked at Zhongsho's expression and knew that he had rejected all of this. He couldn't help but shake his head. It was really tough to know what this master was thinking. Just as he was about to open his mouth to persuade him, A thought rose up in his mind, and he hesitated. If Master trusts me, then Yi Xian has a set of techniques. It came from the ancient times. As for where it came from and where it was passed down, I don't know. As for how power completed it, I didn't verify it. It was bought in a market a few decades ago. I originally wanted to bring it into Xiaoyao Xian, but the moment the word "but" was said, Yi Xian suddenly stopped and didn't continue. Zhong Shaoxin was as clear as a mirror and knew that behind this, it had to be something that Yi Xian wasn't willing to talk about in front of others. Although I didn't verify it, and it was even slightly damaged. However, when I looked at it, I felt that it was a top Dao soldier technique. It was like I had obtained a treasure, and I was delighted. However, I didn't expect that this Dao soldier technique would become one of the crimes that my sect members attacked. After mocking himself, Yi Xian placed a sheepskin-like item in front of his eyes. He had nothing on him. When he came out of the death jail, he didn't have a single useful sword. Only this picture seemed to be hidden close to his body. I have high hopes for this item. At that time, I studied it every day. I only wanted to greatly increase the combat strength of my sect's Dao soldiers, which was why I didn't place it into a space artifact. Because of that, it wasn't taken away by others. Zhong Shou's brow rose up. He didn't know what happened before Yi Xian was locked up in the death jail. However, with this person's sword path attainments, he actually placed so much importance on it. This picture really made one look forward to it. He reached out and grabbed the picture in his hand. The texture in his hand made him feel lost. Was it this sheepskin? However, he saw Yi Xian laugh coldly and pull out the Tianqing sword. Before Zhong Shou could react, the sword struck the picture. In the end, the sword light was bounced back by a soft power. As for the sheepskin scroll, it was totally unharmed. There wasn't even a white mark on it. Zhong Shou was startled, exchanging glances with Lu Wubing. Their eyes were filled with shock. How strong was Yi Xian's sword? Even if he didn't go all out, Zhong Shou definitely wouldn't be able to block it. However, this sheepskin scroll was able to withstand it by a level. Even a top defensive celestial artifact wasn't as strong. I suspect that this item is made from the skin of the absolute beginning dragon. Or maybe it was taken from the remains of other god-beast ancestors. Anyways, the materials shouldn't be any more than that. Yi Xian said expressionlessly. If it wasn't for this being a little off, it wouldn't have ended up in the celestial ruins where no one cared about it, and I was the one who found it. Zhong Shaoxin's thoughts were stirred up to the point that he couldn't wait. Looking closely at the patterns on the scroll, at the start he frowned. This was a little too rough. It seemed like a really shallow, Xian-grade Dao soldier cultivation technique, as well as a corresponding sword formation. There were plenty of such techniques in the cloud world. Sangxing Dao's treasury had hundreds of them. Compared to the common people's mysterious dragon warriors and his blood cloud cavalry, the gap couldn't be measured. However, if it wasn't for Yi Xian's sword and those words, he wouldn't have cared. He most probably wouldn't have been interested and would have casually tossed it aside. At this moment, he knew that there was something special about this picture. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhong Shou used his finger to slice open the veins on his wrist. He dyed it with his fresh blood. The picture was like a sponge, sucking in all the blood. When the entire picture turned blood red, Li Yunmu's eyes lit up. One could see threads of dark golden patterns appearing on the map. Starting from the center, it spread all around. Along with the original patterns, the information on the scroll instantly became deep and indiscernible. Zhong Shou opened his world-changing blood eyes and looked closely at the mysteries within. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. Those patterns were still really simple. Just one look, and he could understand it. There weren't any problems. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was something special about it. The mysteries within seemed endless, like it had exhausted all the theories of the Grand Tao. Slowly, a portion of words appeared in his soul ocean. Imperial Demon Slaying Records. Not only was it a Tao soldier cultivation technique, but it also seemed like a scripture describing the Grand Tao. Zhong Shou was about to study it further when the Book of Ian in his soul ocean suddenly moved. It caused Zhong Shou's blood eyes to change. He was first shocked, and then he understood. This isn't something passed down from the ancient times. It came from the other side. Other people wouldn't be able to see anything from this scroll. However, in the eyes of Zhongsho, who had the Book of Ian, the weird space-time power that wrapped around it was really obvious. The moment he said this, Yi Xian was shocked, and then he was deep in thought. So that was the case. No wonder I couldn't find where it came from even when I looked at the scriptures. Zhongsho was also stunned. Senior was a celestial cultivator and actually had his guesses. Outside of this region, there should be other regions. One needed to merge with the Tao and enter the true realm to cross over. Even the Buddhist faction had always had the ambition to open up another region. However, these were all things that weren't proven. Zhongsho had always half believed and half doubted this. But today, this sheepskin scroll had undoubtedly proved the existence of other realms. As expected, it is slightly incomplete. It should be a broken leaf of a supreme Tao scripture that was forcefully ripped off by someone. Zhongsho shook his head and came back to his senses. Then, he looked at the top left corner of the scroll. It really isn't ordinary. Unfortunately, it is lacking roughly 1/30th. However, Yi Xian said that he studied it for a long time and might have a way to complete it. Just as he was thinking about this, the nameless sword in his sleeves started to ring. Chapter 960. With a thought, Zhongsho's blood-red sword shot out from his sleeves and hung in front of him. However, at this moment it calmed down. The sword-ringing sound was also gone. Was the sword spirit of the nameless sword warning him? But what warning was there? How magical! Zhongsho impatiently patted the sword body as a form of questioning. However, the nameless sword just made a soft woo sound and then went silent. This confused Zhongsho. Thinking back to it, the intent that the sword spirit sent over was rage. Yes, it should be anger. It was as if he was a child who had his beloved item snatched away. However, as for the reason, Zhongsho didn't know. He was connected to the nameless sword, but it wasn't to the extent that he could understand such a complicated intent. Next, it was disdain, like it was looking down on something. The sword spirit felt like it was being looked down on and tainted. Finally, it was annoyed and lazy, like it was saying, I am lazy to care about you all. However, who was this you all, and what did I want to care about? Zhongsho didn't know. This sword is actually throwing a tantrum. Zhongsho didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking to himself that he didn't do anything to offend this fellow. Was it because of the thing in his hand? That shouldn't be the case. Moreover, the sword spirit of the nameless sword had always been well-behaved and never bothered him. Unable to figure it out, Zhongsho could only temporarily suppress his doubts. Thinking about it, it wasn't a big matter. Instead, it was the Imperial Demon Slaying Records remnant page. Comprehending this Tao, soldier technique, was the most important thing. This time, he obtained Lu Tianqing's items. Just the low-grade celestial stones alone amounted to 3,000. Zhongsho's wealth that he lost because of Lin Xuanxuang was replenished right away. Just nice. He could use the Book of Ian to speed up and make the hundreds of celestial cultivators on the jade plate his own strength. However, Zhongsho was distracted again. This time it was because the dragon-shaped seal on his right arm was slightly warming up. Stunned for a moment, Zhongsho was overjoyed and quickly stood up. It's A.O. Cohen. He has recovered from his injuries and is on his way here. Zhongsho did not hide his whereabouts from the two of them. One was Long Ying, and the other was A.O. Cohen. At this moment, the mark sensed that A.O. Cohen was less than 200 worlds away from him and was quickly converging with him. In addition, there was another person following by his side. This was great news. It was the perfect time for him to clash with the Celestial Order and Judu Xianting. If he could get A.O. Cohen's help, he would have no more worries. Moreover, it would be difficult for him and Yi Xian to comprehend and complete the incomplete page of the Imperial Demon Slaying record with just their strength. However, if one or two Saint Realm experts joined in, the situation would be totally different. A.O. Cohen, Lu Wubbing's brow rose up, and then a weird glow flashed in his eyes. He had heard of this person before. His name was like thunder to his ears. Is it Ruler's sworn brother, the one who is said to be the only one who could hurt end realm Saint Venerables? If that is the case, then the Yuanren world crisis will be solved. Yi Xian was at a loss and didn't really care. However, when Lu Wubing said this, he straightened his back and a sharp glow appeared in his eyes. The only one who could hurt end realm Saint Venerables? He was trapped in the 9 extreme death jail for decades, and such an outstanding person actually appeared in the world. After Zhong Shou said this excitedly, he remembered that the two of them might not know. When he heard this, he broke out into laughter. He couldn't do it in the past, but now I don't know. They hadn't met for a few years, so he didn't know what happened to A.O. Kuan. He also didn't know how much A.O. Kuan's strength had grown to dragon-swallowing secret technique. Zhong Shou's eyes squinted. That fellow's quick success technique made him worry from the start to the end. The meeting took place 3 days later. A.O. Kuan used Saint Realm cultivation to travel through space, much faster than Zhong Shou's Royal Demon God shuttle. However, since the latter had those parts added, it had some more functions. He just needed to set the location and set the rough route. This shuttle could travel at its fastest speed and didn't need anyone to control it at all. It made Zhong Shou exclaim. He didn't expect that some large-sized spaceships would have automatic navigation and AI functions 10,000 years later. It was already realized 10,000 years ago. During the 3 days on the shuttle, Zhong Shou used the Book of Ian to speed it up to 30 days. With one more God Realm cultivator beside him, the Book of Ian consumed 10 times more celestial stones. However, it was still worth the money. As expected, Yi Xian was deeply immersed in this remnant page of the Imperial Demon slaying record. Based on what this top swordsman said, this was the only way for him to pass the time in the death jail. He pretty much took out the complete version, including the cultivation method of the Dao Soldier, as well as the entire sword formation. During the 40 days, Zhong Shou only needed to borrow from the Heaven Grey Dao Soldier cultivation method that Song Sheng Dao and Shi Zi created Source Ocean Spirit changing technique to supplement and perfect it. Normally, the Dao soldiers of the various sects, apart from those who were forced, only those who had no hope of advancing would choose to take this path. For example, the Earth Grey Dao soldiers of Dowling Vast Habitat, true martial swordsmen, were grade 9 cultivators who couldn't go through their tribulation. After cultivating the Taoist faction true martial god cloud technique, they entered the spirit realm. In truth, it was a shortcut, but it wasn't complete. It wasn't difficult to improve, but it was impossible to obtain a complete spirit realm ability. Moreover, the gap between them and normal cultivators would get bigger and bigger. Unless all hope was lost, they wouldn't take this path. Only Shi Zi's Source Ocean Spirit changing technique was a little different. After all, it was created by half a step true master. The combat strength of the Source Ocean Common Life Warrior wasn't outstanding among the Dao soldiers of the various sects and was only average. However, it could allow the Dao soldiers to nurture their own soul origin energy ocean and form a true spirit. As long as they persevered, they would have hope of returning to the righteous path. Based on what Zhong Shou knew, Song Xingdao had at least 3 God Realm experts. They walked from a Dao soldier that was lower than others to such a level. Using the strengths of this cultivation method and merging it into the Imperial Demon slaying records, they would be able to complement one another. As for the 9 Flame Soldier Flame Mantra of the Lu family, forget about it. Although it was slightly stronger than the Qin dynasty, he also wanted to squeeze out the potential of each Dao soldier. On one hand, it would increase the combat strength of the Dao soldiers. On the other hand, it would increase their lifespan so that they could be used for a longer period of time. Maybe it was because of his nature, or maybe it was because of the influence of his last life. Anyways, as long as they weren't life and death enemies, Zhong Shou liked to leave some leeway when he did things. His thoughts were really simple. Since these people worked for him, then he had to be responsible for them too. He couldn't just take and not give anything in return. At this moment, only some of the more crucial parts of the Dao Soldier combined sword formation still had some flaws. The cultivation method is close to 99% complete, and the rough usage of the sword formation is okay. As for the rest, I still need A.O. Kuan to help me. Standing at the head of the royal demon god shuttle and waiting quietly, Zhongsho's mind was still filled with those diagrams as well as the scriptures of the cultivation method. However, moments later, helplessness appeared on Zhongsho's face. 99%, it seemed like it wasn't far from perfection. However, this last bit was the most crucial. In a battle between Dao soldiers, a slight flaw could cause one to lose their lives. He had to be really careful. However, due to the restrictions of his own realm, he and Yi Xian couldn't do any better. They could only wait for A.O. Kuan and the other person who was said to be half a step to end realm, A.O. E. Thinking about this, Samuraim's blood eye appeared and shone through the void. This was one of the abilities of the so-called world-burning blood eye after his bloodline mutated. His blood eye ability was one of the abilities, world-burning words was the second, twisting things and space-time laws was the third, controlling all lightning within his sight was the fourth. When his gaze shone out, he could control all water, element, spiritual energy. Water and fire ability changes were the fifth. Apart from that, there were some other abilities, and this void visualization was one of the spin-off Abhijnas. It could see all the void in the 5 worlds around. It allowed his star Dao seeds and teleportation ability to benefit a lot. 30 days. Zhongsho studied the Imperial Demon slaying records and also tried to familiarize himself with this eye technique that he suddenly had. He didn't gain much, just enough so that when he looked at something, he wouldn't accidentally burn it, corrode it, smash it, or even twist it into dust. He is here. Zhongsho's eyes lit up. He finally found traces of A.O. Kuan 2 worlds away. He instantly smiled and retracted his blood eye. In just 15 minutes, A.O. Kuan appeared in front of his eyes. He was still like a few years ago, casual like he didn't care about anything. However, when he saw A.O. Kuan's constricted eyes, Zhongsho was stunned. Zhongshoxin felt his heart tighten. Was it worth it for that woman? A.O. Kuan laughed. I am not blind. He walked up to the boat and swept his gaze over the 3 people. When his spiritual sense swept past Yi Xian, he paused before moving away. Zhongsho shook his head, not blind. However, it was still a little inconvenient for him to act like A.O. Kuan. However, it wasn't convenient for him to say such words. He turned and bowed towards the woman in white who followed A.O. Kuan over. Zhongsho greets sister-in-law. A.O. E was slightly stunned, and then she smiled faintly. Although she didn't reply, she didn't retort either. When she looked at Zhongsho, her gaze was extremely gentle and close. A.O. Kuan's body froze up, and then he coughed awkwardly. Before I came to find you, that Judu Xianing was already prepared to attack your Yuanren world. Ruoxue couldn't contact you, so she could only inform me. Zhongsho's brow rose up, and then he scoffed coldly. They are asking to die. A.O. Kuan didn't say anything like he agreed. Zhongsho turned and asked, Taoist faction and instant space dragon race. Are there any problems? When A.O. Kuan heard this, he laughed out loud. Now that I have recovered, it is their fortune that I didn't find them. How would those clowns dare to find trouble with me? His words were filled with confidence. Zhongsho didn't think that he was arrogant. The existence and destruction technique could threaten end realm experts. Why would Alcuin place those ordinary saint realm powerhouses in his eyes? Moreover, he had A.O. E beside him. The 2 of them working together was enough to sweep a Judu Xianting and all saint realm experts. To be continued. Chapter 962. Sand and wind covered the sky. Killing intent charged into the clouds. Hundreds of thousands of armored soldiers chased each other in the desert, killing each other. Corpses were strewn all over the wilderness. Numerous grains of sand were dyed dark red by the fresh blood. This was the northwest of the Yuanren world, known as the West Gravel Plains. It wasn't an important place, but it was on the southwest flank. There was no danger here for 7,000 miles. However, there were dozens of large oases nearby that could allow the army to pass through. Zhuang Yu stood on a sand dune and looked down at the battlefield below. This time, it was a huge victory. The Eastern Country Alliance army had a total of 130,000 corpses here. At this moment, the results were still increasing. Tens of thousands of elite cavalry were chasing behind. They continued to split up, block, and chase away, breaking the enemy formation into pieces. With 20,000 Big Dipper swordsmen and 10,000 Xuandu guards as the main force, a full 200,000 infantry followed closely behind. They swiftly struck forwards. At their fastest speed, they didn't know what exhaustion was at all as they continued to harvest lives. Their aura was firm, their morale and spirit were at their peak. Zhuang Yu had experienced such a victory dozens of times in a short few months. From probing at the start to slowly tossing aside all estimations and attacking ferociously. Large and small battles, they either won or lost. Like today, although they killed 100,000 people, it couldn't affect his mental state. On the contrary, the fatigue on the faces of those cavalry soldiers made him feel worried. Within 10 days and nights, they had traveled 4,000 miles. Even if they were elites made of iron, they wouldn't be able to hold on. Even if they could win every battle, they would be dragged down sooner or later. If his estimations were correct, in the following period of time, they would need to continue to run for their lives and put out fires all around. Zhuang Yu frowned, the veins on his fists popping out. In the end, he released his fists and sighed. He had led troops for so many years and rarely felt so helpless. With close to half the number of troops, they had to defend a 10,000-mile-long defensive line. No matter which direction, they couldn't feel comfortable. Actually, in his eyes, the best method was to take the initiative to attack, to use offense as defense. Strike their weak points and force them to fight. Only then could he show off his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. With flames on all sides, he didn't know what to do, and it was tough to deal with. However, the current Deqian Immortal Court was truly lacking in confidence. Marshal Yu, I think it is time to withdraw the troops. Although the enemy is defeated, our army is also exhausted. We need to guard against that possibility. Zhuang Yu came back to his senses and continued to look in front of him when he heard the reminder of his advisor. He was a little hesitant and unwilling, but he still nodded his head. Order the troops to stop. Rest on the spot. All the follow-up matters, such as cleaning up the battlefield and consoling the soldiers, must be handled properly. In the desert, the Yuanren world's native horses could not gallop freely. Usually, they could only ride on camels. However, when Zhongshou arrived at the Yuanren realm, he brought with him a total of 100,000 fine horses of the Windrider and Cloud Treader types. However, he was able to walk in the air. In this desert, he wasn't restricted at all and could display his full potential. At this moment, the number of Black Fox Iron Cavalry had already increased to 7,000. After hundreds of battles, their combat strength far exceeded the true Xian Grey Dao soldiers of the Xuandu Guards. Where the horse hooves stepped, there was pretty much no army that could block them. This was why Zhuang Yu's original intention was to use the cavalry as an advantage here. He wanted to try his best to wipe out the enemy and destroy the Northwest elites. This would reduce the pressure of the future battles. However, the outcome today was a little unsatisfactory. Or rather, Zhuang Yu's expectations were too high. The enemy general opposite was also really problematic. He didn't care about winning or losing and also understood the theory of preserving his strength. Turning his head, Zhuang Yu looked back at the young advisor who reminded him. Recalling the name of this person and remembering it, Zhuang Yu turned around and walked towards the tent behind. At this moment, not only did the Deqian Celestial Dynasty lack troops, but they also lacked good generals who could take charge. This person wasn't threatened by his prestige and was able to remind him in time. It was obvious that his courage and knowledge were not bad. However, after hearing that, the discussions of the advisors spread out. We still don't have enough troops. If not, why would these rabbits escape today? It is the fault of those country rulers. A year ago, the commander informed the countries to prepare their troops. However, till now, they only increased their troops by 20%, so what is the use? Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Those fellows seem like they can't be killed. Who knows where they got such wealth from? I heard that half a year ago, just the Hanling Order alone sent 17 spaceships. They brought over 3 million sets of armor. How long have I waited? What is annoying is that those few country rulers, once we talk about grain, they will reject it. They won't raise taxes no matter what. Didn't they say that without the skin, where would the hair go? If this goes on, who knows how long they can last? Zhuang Yu's brows rose up. This time, they were returning with a huge victory. However, why was the Mu Manor so arrogant? They really deserve to be killed for messing with the morale of my troops. He wanted to scold them, but for some reason, he stopped and acted like he didn't hear anything. Just by looking at a leaf, one could know the changes in the 4 seasons. As long as one was slightly smart, one would be able to see the current situation. How could the thoughts of these people be stopped by the weapons in his hands? His heart was filled with grievances. He just needed to increase military strength by 30%, 1,000,000 troops. He wouldn't have such a tough time dealing with it. However, he felt a little helpless. The people that the ruler chose when he left were all really capable people. They were benevolent and disciplined and had their own persistence. Just like with the new Xian country ruler, He Daoren said, the people of the southwest couldn't take it anymore, forcing taxes on the people to go against the enemy. So what was the difference from before? In just half a year, the people under his rule would have no way to make a living and become homeless. It was because of the conflict of ideals in his heart that he could bear with it and bitterly hold on. Shaking his head, Zhuang Yu rode his horse back to camp and then charged into his tent alone. He spent so much effort and didn't sleep or rest for dozens of days. Even if his cultivation reached celestial realm, he still couldn't take it. He wished that he could just fall down and have a good sleep to get rid of this annoying matter. However, the moment he entered, a warning sign rose up in his heart. A bright light appeared in his eyes as he flipped his hand, and a golden sword slashed furiously to the side. There was a loud chi-la sound. The training on the battlefield, the martial path that had gone through thousands of battles caused this sword attack to be really condensed. However, it gave out a shocking sharp whistle to warn the people outside the tent. As for the void, it was completely cut apart. It didn't truly shatter the void, but broke the illusionary technique. A person appeared within, his eyes flashing with shock. Instantly, dozens of talismans gathered on his right hand. It caused his arm to be as tough as metal as he pointed out with a finger. A strange force caused the sound wave to instantly disappear without a trace, completely suppressed. His fingertip clashed with a heavy sword, intense clashing, energy entangling. Just as the intense storm was about to explode out, that person waved his sleeves and destroyed the energy that was spreading out, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. He smiled. Commander Yu, what sharp methods. Your sword path attainments are the best in the Yuanren world. However, I have no bad intentions. Can you stop and talk to me? Zhuang Yu looked over and was startled. You are the Celestial Order Tanjing. Although he hadn't met this person, he recognized him a long time ago. He knew that this person didn't leave after that battle and had been wandering outside of the Yuanren world. This time, the attacks of the eastern countries had something to do with this person. However, he stopped his sword. When he entered the tent, the person in front of him did have killing intent. However, when he noticed that he couldn't do anything to him, he placed down his animosity. Zhuang Yu also knew that he couldn't take down this person, and there was no need to take the risk. It wasn't that he was afraid or that he was arrogant. At this moment, the safety of the Qian celestial dynasty in the Yuanren world depended on him. As a commander, he knew how to cherish himself. Moreover, although the person in front of him could hide for a while. However, in just a moment, his subordinates would notice that something was up. With everyone working together, it would be much easier to take him down than if he were to do it alone. That's right. It is my honor that Commander Yu recognizes me. Tanjing smiled and nodded. I came here to talk to Commander Yu. Zhuang Yu's eyes were expressionless as he focused on the sword in his hand. There is nothing to talk about between us. That might not be the case. Tanjing shook his head. Brother Zhuang, are you really going to hang yourself on the Qian celestial dynasty tree? You know the situation of the Yuanren world. Can you last for a month, 2 months, or 3 months? When Zhuang Yu heard this, he was filled with disdain. If it is such nonsense, then there is no need to say it. How long can I last? What about victory or defeat? You and I will naturally see the truth on the battlefield. I have seen Brother Zhuang's ability and know in my heart. Tan Jing smiled like he didn't care. However, on the battlefield, you can use a weak army to block enemies several times your size. Who knows if you can face hundreds of Celestial Realm experts and solve the problem of the Yuanren world and the Deqian Celestial Dynasty being wiped out. Zhuang Yu's expression shook as he looked opposite in shock. What did that mean? He only heard Tan Jing say, casually, "No wonder Brother Zhuang doesn't know. Today, the Cloud World Song Shengdao is in danger. That Zhongsho has always been an ally of this sect, but once Song Shengdao falls, he won't be able to save the world alone. How would he have the time to bother about this Yuanren world? When that happens, even the Cloud World Kinzo sect and Buddhist faction will retreat. Commander Yu, am I right?" Zhuang Yu's eyes were filled with emotions. All of a sudden, he was filled with shock. Who knew whether or not what Tan Jing said was true or false? I definitely won't lie to you at all. There is also that Zhongsho who hasn't shown himself for a long time. At this moment, who knows whether he is dead or alive? However, even if he is, Tan Jing dares to guarantee that this kid won't be able to turn the tides. Like he knew what Zhuang Yu was thinking, Tan Jing's expression turned serious as he swore. Commander Yu, do you still want to be buried with this so-called Deqian Celestial Dynasty? Although you are loyal, you have to think about the millions of people in the southeast. In the past, Zhongsho used the future of the Yuanren world to convince Zhuang Yu. At this moment, he was using his own spear to attack his shield. Chapter 963. For the people of the Southwest, Zhuang Yu was at a loss, his eyes wavering slightly. Tan Jing's lips curled up in glee. Under the suppression of the big picture, the so-called Deqian Celestial Dynasty won't be able to survive. The building is about to collapse, and a single tree won't be able to hold it up. Even if Brother Zhuang goes all out for the Deqian Celestial Dynasty, you won't be able to hold on for long. Why do you have to hold on? To cause the people of the southeast to fall into chaos? He said expressionlessly, "My good friend Brother Hong has always admired Commander Yu's ability to use troops. If Commander Yu is willing to switch sides, Brother Hong Jiuchen will definitely recommend him to 9 Capital Celestial Dynasty. In the future, if you're able to gain enough merits for the Celestial Dynasty, then you might even become the lord of this Yuanren world. What Brother Hong wants is just a place to stay. It might not be this Yuanren world. Lord of Yuanren world." Zhuang Yu's breathing stopped, following which he took in a deep breath and firmly shook his head. "Brother Tan, you can stop saying these words. The ruler treats me sincerely, and I definitely won't betray him." His tone was really sincere. Although Zhongsho used him, he was also wary of him. However, he was really magnanimous and was willing to give up power. He handed the entire Yuanren world to him. He also agreed to everything he said. At this moment, the Deqian world wasn't at the stage where the sun was setting in the west. He was confident that with him here, the southeast countries wouldn't be able to win against him on the battlefield. "You aren't willing?" Tan Jing's brows rose up, and he was slightly surprised. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of disgust and ridicule that could not be detected, but then it faded away without a trace. "Commander, you doesn't need to be so decisive and not leave any room for negotiation. It is best if you think about it carefully. Even if you have any conditions, you can discuss and make me satisfied." His voice paused slightly. Tan Jing seemed to have sensed something, a spiritual light gathered in his eyes as he looked outside the tent. Then he scoffed coldly. "Someone is interrupting. Looks like we can't continue the discussion. That is all I have to say. Marshal Yu, please think about it carefully. I'll take my leave first." "All right. If Commander Yu was still hoping that the Bloodsore Monster Lord could return, then there was no need for that. This person had a death grudge with the Taoist faction of the Cloud World, and the League of the Seven wouldn't let him off so easily. There were already people waiting outside Yuanren to take his life. This person's life or death is unknown. If Commander Yu really wants to walk this path to the end, Then this Tan has nothing to say. After he finished speaking, he chuckled and took a step forward, walking into the void. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. In the next instant, a beautiful and graceful figure appeared in the tent. He was clad in dark red armor, and his aura was faintly discernible. A murderous aura lingered around his body, and his gaze was piercingly cold. She glanced at the tent and frowned. She asked Zhuang Yu, "Is the person who came Tan Jing from the Celestial Order?" At this time, Zhuang Yu had already put away his heavy sword. He didn't hide anything and nodded. This woman in front of him gave him a headache. It was said that she was the senior sister of Zhong Shou and one of his concubines. However, today, she was in charge of the hidden guards of the Qian Celestial Dynasty. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhuang Yu chose his words carefully. "Princess came to help in time. I am really grateful. I am the one who came late. It is my responsibility to protect your safety." Ruoshui shook her head. The hand holding the sword tightened. She had fought more than 10 battles on her way to this tent. Although she went all out, she was still a step too late. Luckily, Zhuang Yu was still perfectly fine. If not, who knows how bad the situation in Yuanren world would have become. Moreover, what Tan Jing is worried about is Commander Yu's martial path sword technique. Actually, there is no need to thank me. After saying this, she slightly nodded and was about to leave. Since Tan Jing had already left, and Zhuang Yu was fine, then there was no need for her to stay any longer. However, just as she was about to step into the air, Zhuang Yu suddenly opened his mouth. "Princess, don't you want to ask what Tan Jing said to me?" Ruoshui's body paused, and then she smiled. "I can guess a little. However, I am only in charge of the hidden guards. As for what choice to make, it is up to you. The ruler trusts you a lot and entrusted you with the entire situation because you are trustworthy. If you fail to live up to his expectations, the ruler won't regret it. Moreover, Ruoshui has confidence in ruler and Commander Yu." Zhuang Yu was startled and then came back to his senses. He saw that Ruoshui's body had already disappeared from the tent. Thinking about it for a long while, he gave out a self-mocking laugh. Confidence? Just now, he was really tempted. If this went on, who knows how long this confidence could last. If that Qian Celestial Lord, his ruler, couldn't rush back, she used the power of the Xianing Condor to jump in the outer region void. In just an hour, Ruoshui's figure appeared beside a large spaceship. The so-called Xianing Condor was a subspecies of the ancient god bustling. Its space-time ability was no weaker than that of the instant space dragon. As long as one's spiritual sense reached it, it could easily jump. Speaking of which, this protector beast was obtained by Zhong Shou for her. Although she didn't spend much effort to raise it these few years, she was just too lazy. This god beast subspecies didn't grow much. However, it was really skilled at teleporting. At this moment, there were a full 17 void warships in front of her, lined up in a line. When they first arrived in the Yuanren world, they brought 5 from the Cloud world. Then, there were 3 spaceships to support them. Along with the spoils from the previous battles, it increased to the current number. However, they weren't in a good state. The surface of all the warships were filled with holes. 2 of the ships were already extremely damaged, and they were filled with the traces of a great battle. However, luckily, this squadron was outside, attacking all about. This caused the spaceships of the Hanling Order and Jijue Celestial Dynasty to be unable to support the Yuanren world. If one said that Zhuang Yu was using his own strength to maintain the balance of the southwest battle of the Yuanren world, then, in the outer region void, Shirulin was the one holding up the situation. However, with the spaceship battle, even if they couldn't win, Shirulin would be able to maintain an undefeatable state. However, looking at the current state of these spaceships, worry flashed in her eyes. Then, with a flash, she arrived within Zhong Shou's spaceship. She arrived at the central cabin. He saw a handsome young man sitting at the side with a calm expression. His body was covered in wounds, a shocking sight. However, his aura was really calm, like he was recovering. As for Shirulin, she was fully focused, looking at the map in her hand with interest. Inside was a map of the outer region void structure that she had painstakingly drawn during these 2 years. Normal people wouldn't be able to understand. Only spirit realm and above cultivators who had been to the outer region void would be able to understand. Ruoxue shook her head and then looked curiously at the handsome teen. However, before she asked, Sir Rulin's lips curled up. He just fought with someone in the outer region. Luckily, he didn't die and ran to my place, which was why he wasn't surrounded and killed. This fellow is really amazing. No wonder he can be as famous as brother and be listed in the 6 pinnacle swords. To be able to kill 6 celestial realm experts alone and still be able to retreat with no major injuries. She wasn't afraid that Tai Chi would hear what she wrote. Her voice was really soft, gloating. However, he really knows how to show off. He knew that there were many people there and that there was definitely an ambush. He still foolishly charged up. Serves him right for being injured like that. Ruoxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seriously looking at Tai Chi, his injuries weren't heavy. Those sword wounds looked tragic, but they didn't harm his source. It was obvious that the battle situation was still under Tai Chi's control. This made her relax. At this moment, Tai Chi was one of the pillars of the Qian celestial dynasty in the Yuanren world. When Zifeng was in the cloud world, he could suppress his cultivation to protect the Buddhist faction. At this moment, he had nothing to worry about. In a short few years, he entered the celestial realm. However, he didn't merge spirit and martial arts, and his combat strength was far from that of this Kenzo sect genius. If they faced danger, only this person had the ability to turn the tides. I was rash and didn't think much before charging up. I am really sorry. However, to be praised by Miss Rulin, I am really honored. Feng Taiji suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were glowing, as if he hadn't been injured at all. He only said with some helplessness, "But if we don't do that and let them suffer for a while, they will only become more unbridled." This was why even if I knew that it was a trap, Tai Chi had to make this trip. His tone was resolute and decisive. It made Ruoxue slightly distracted. She felt that the current Tai Chi was like a sword that had been sharpened to its sharpness. His aura was really sharp, making one fear him. A year ago, this person wasn't like that. The current Tai Chi was the purest swordsman. Ruoxue broke out into a laugh. How is it only Tai Chi who changed? Wasn't she the same? After losing Zhongsho, this huge tree to block the wind and rain, she slowly grew up and was able to hold up a piece of the sky by herself. Thinking about how if she had this training, maybe she didn't need the help of those pills. She might be able to merge spirit and martial arts before the celestial realm. At that time, she might be able to help Zhongsho even more. The moment such a thought rose up, she suppressed it. What was the point of thinking about all this now? Just as she was distracted, she saw Tai Chi's expression suddenly become really solemn. Then, did Zhuang Yu waver? Do you think Tanjing can persuade him? Ruoxue's eyes also turned serious. No, Commander Yu still has hope for ruler. It seems like he won't easily betray you. However, if this goes on and Tanjing uses the lives of the billions of people in the southwest to threaten us, then it will be tough to say. Zhuang Yu serving Zhongsho wasn't because he was truly loyal to Zhongsho Xin. It was because of his own thoughts, his stubbornness towards the Yuanren world. However, if he collapsed just like that, then the outcome would be tough to say. Hesitating for a moment, Ruoxue hesitated. Before my husband left, he said that if there was a chance, it would be a last resort. Your Buddhist and sword sects can leave. He said that he wouldn't blame you. Tai Chi's brow rose up, and he smiled without caring at all. I have always been confident in the invincible blood sword monster lord. Why do you, the person beside him, have no confidence? Don't worry, it isn't a last resort yet. Just wait. Chapter 964. I have always been confident in the invincible blood sword monster lord of the cloud world. Why is it that you, the person beside him, don't have confidence? Don't worry, we are far from being forced into a situation where we have no choice. We just have to wait. With the blood sword monster lord skills, once he returns, he will be able to wipe out the chaos with just a wave of his hand. Ruo Shui was stunned and looked closely at Tai Chi as expected. The depths of his eyes didn't waver at all. It was obvious that he was still really confident in Zhong Shou. He also had the intention to go through hardships with them. In the past, this person was enemies with Zhong Shou and not friends. Who knew that this person actually respected Zhong Shou so much? He also knew that within the Kinzo sect, there were many people who were unhappy about the current situation. For Tai Chi to make such a choice, he was under huge pressure. Brother Feng is so loyal. I'm really grateful. If the ruler knows, he will be really happy. Before Ruo Shui finished, she was interrupted by Shi Ruolin. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Brother Shou didn't misjudge you. However, we can only wait. I have no choice now. While speaking, Shi Ruolin rubbed her temples and looked at the map in front of her. Zhuangyu was in the cloud world and was exhausted. On her side, it was the same. The difference in the number of ships on both sides was too huge. Even if she had many strategies in her heart, there was nothing she could do now. The three of them were speechless and were totally silent. However, in an instant, the silence in the cabin was broken. Zhao Yinran's body suddenly stepped in from outside the cabin. Wait? There is no need to wait. Drawing the attention of the three of them, Zhao Yinran's lips curled up with deep meaning. The ruler has returned. At most he will arrive in a few days. Shi Ruolin's mind shook, exchanging glances with one another. Their faces were filled with excitement. He knew that Zhao Yanran and Zhong Shou had a Taoist fetus connection. For him to say this, he must have sensed something. Ruo Shui's eyes were also sparkling, overjoyed. However, her cold temperament instantly calmed down. She thought that she would be able to slack off again in a few days. She really missed Zhong Shou's tail. It was furry and warm. It was so comfortable to sleep on. Inside the Royal Demon Divine Shuttle, Zhong Shou sat cross-legged. At this moment, there was an immortal realm cultivator in prison clothes in front of him. Following Zhong Shou's handprint, streaks of spiritual tattoos were injected into the body of the immortal cultivator, who was meditating with his eyes closed. If one looked at it with their eyes, they would notice that within the spiritual apertures of this celestial cultivator, there were many mysterious runes forming one after another. It was similar to the picture on the Imperial Demon slaying records. It was much simpler, but it didn't need to be so complicated. That sheepskin scroll not only included the refining method, but also the cultivation method of the Tao soldier. There were also several supporting laws. At this moment, the restriction that Zhong Shou planted in the body of this celestial cultivator seemed to be a spiritual formation. It also seemed to be a spiritual array. Not only could it change the nature of the true qi and soul essence in the Tao soldier's body, but it could also guide his cultivation. Once he fought with people, the spiritual formation between the few Tao soldiers could be connected into one at any time. Since Ao Kuan rushed over, Zhong Shou wasn't in a rush to travel. They spent a full 20 days before they arrived near Yuanren World. Zhong Shou and the others had studied the Imperial Demon slaying records for 200 days. With two Saint Realm experts here, along with Zhong Shou and Yi Xian, they pretty much understood the entire record. The remaining missing portions were mostly filled up. This was also because the source ocean spirit changing technique that Shi Zi created was really exquisite, merging with the mysteries of heaven and earth. There were many places that could be directly used, and there was pretty much no need to change. However, there were a few things that even peak Saint Realm experts like Ao, E, and even Half a Step to End Realm couldn't do anything about. However, at such a stage, there were very few weaknesses in this Tao soldier technique. Even with Ao, E, and Ao Kuan's knowledge, if they hadn't seen the blueprints and knew what was true and false about it, they wouldn't know where the weakness of the Tao soldier was. Even if they knew, whether or not they could make use of it was another matter. Based on what Ao E said, in this world, there isn't anything perfect, and there isn't a perfect spell. Even the Taoist faction, Lu family, and my dragon race have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Actually, their Tao soldiers weren't truly perfect. Although he seemed powerful, there were still some flaws behind his back. However, There were very few of them, and no one knew about them. This Imperial Demon Slaying Records remnant page is one of the most perfect Dao Soldier techniques that I've seen in my life. Along with Shi Zi's Source Ocean Spirit Changing technique, it can be listed as a top example. Compared to the others in the top 5, it is at least on the same level. AOE came from the Ice Horn Dragon race and roamed the outer region, climbing step by step to Saint Realm. Who knows how many types of Dao soldiers she had seen. She was really clear about the strengths and weaknesses of each faction. Such an evaluation should be very pertinent. Zhong Shou didn't force her and continued to perfect this Dao soldier technique. Roughly 30 days ago, he started to bind and refine the Celestial Realm cultivators into Dao soldiers. At the start, some of them were really unwilling and would rather die than submit. They were originally true Celestial Realm cultivators, but they walked down the wrong path and became Dao soldiers. Their future was uncertain. Zhong Shou didn't care and didn't plan on persuading them. With Ao Kuan holding the fort, he directly forcefully refined them. However, when he completely instilled the spirit formation diagrams into their bodies and taught them the technique, the spirit formation diagrams would be completely destroyed. These Celestial Realm cultivators wouldn't resist anymore. This Dao soldier technique wouldn't harm their original cultivation. Instead, their lifespan would increase, and their future prospects wouldn't be too dim. They could still cultivate and advance, only after they stepped into God Realm. For a long period of time, before they finished strengthening their foundations, their strength would be weaker than normal God Realm cultivators. However, to them, it was something they could accept. Many of them were people who were locked up in the 9 Extreme Death Jail for many years and wasted too much time. They walked the right path, and very few of them were able to break through the God Realm tribulation. On the contrary, this Dao soldier technique could allow the 3 of them to work together to face the tribulation. To them, it was much safer than normal tribulations. The few formations recorded in the Imperial Demon Slaying records gave them enough hope and confidence. However, they also knew that from now on, they wouldn't be able to escape. They probably wouldn't be able to break free from Zhong Shou's control and would be connected to Zhong Shou's honor and disgrace. No one would allow the core secrets of such a top Dao soldier technique to be known by outsiders. Even if they could step into God Realm and obtain freedom, that would be relative. This was why anyone who was refined by Zhong Shou and had no other path to choose would instantly enter the Royal Demon God Shuttle. He found a quiet room and focused on converting his Dao energy. At the same time, he also focused on comprehending this Dao soldier technique. 36 days of time, 1 person a day. This was already the 36th person. There were a total of 7 types of formations in the Imperial Demon Slaying records. There were 3 as the base number. 3 people, 6 people, 12 people, 18 people, 36 people, 72 people, and up to 108 people to form a heavenly cycle formation, which was the most tyrannical. As for the 36 heaven-ranked Dao soldiers, they could already form a supreme Big Dipper Demon Slaying formation. The 7 formations in the Imperial Demon Slaying records didn't have names. Zhong Shou was too lazy to think about it, directly adding words like 3 talents, 6 directions, 12 heaven, Big Dipper, Earth, Evil Cycle of Heaven on the foundations of the Imperial Demon Slaying formation. As for the Dao soldiers, as it was based on the cultivation method of the Imperial Demon Slaying records, along with a portion of the Source Ocean Spirit Changing technique. This cultivation method also included the Earth-grade Dao soldiers. Zhong Shou directly named the Heaven-grade Dao soldiers Source Ocean Demon Slaying warriors. As for the Earth-grade, which was the Spirit Realm Dao soldiers, they were the Spirit Changing Demon Slaying warriors. Dao soldiers were split into Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang grades. Zhong Shou didn't have a single Earth-grade Dao soldier under him. On the contrary, there were 36 people in the Heaven realm. Once these people convert their true Qi and soul energy, if they work together to form the Imperial Big Dipper Demon Slaying formation, they would have the ability to kill peak God Realm experts. They might even be able to go up against 10 peak God Realm experts. However, using the strength of celestial cultivators to convert them into Tao soldiers. The strength of these people was much stronger than those orthodox Tao soldiers. After forming up the formation, they would have a much stronger power. At this moment, the 36 people that Zhongsho chose were all late celestial realm or even peak celestial realm. They were the strongest celestial cultivators out of the 180 people on the Jade Plate. However, at this moment, the materials that he had to craft Tao soldiers were pretty much all used up, including the 2 Saint Realm experts. They had been accelerated for over 100 days. No matter how many celestial stones he had, he wouldn't be able to handle such consumption. However, with the materials he had, he could at most craft 4 more Source Ocean demon-slaying warriors. Forget it. After refining these, I can only think about it in the future. Luckily, the Jade Plate swept these 36 people and was easier to suppress. Actually, just Yi Xian alone can go up against 3 Saint Realm experts. Ao Kuan is an invincible presence in the same grade. Within the range of his existence, there are no more than 10 Saint Realm experts who can do anything to him. As for AOE, even if she charged into the 9 Extreme Celestial Dynasty and went head-on against the 9 Extreme Celestial Emperor, she wouldn't be afraid. Her strength is more or less enough. With that, not only could he sweep the Yuanren world, he could also sweep the Judu Xianing and Celestial Order, even the Hanling Order and the small worlds that the Jijue Celestial Dynasty controlled. A few months ago, Lu Wubbing advised him to come up with a plan of showing weakness to the enemy so as to gain the moral high ground. Now, it was time for him to reap the rewards. Be it his own strength, it could support his De Qian Celestial Dynasty to continue to attack in all directions. 180 Origin Sea Demon Slayers were enough to suppress over 40 minor worlds. Once they stabilized, they could swiftly accumulate strength. At that time, be it expanding or attacking back to the cloud world, he could do whatever he wanted. The only thing he had to worry about was whether or not the End Realm expert behind the 9 Capital Celestial Dynasty would appear. Zhongsho thought about it seriously and then laughed coldly. Was that possible? For these small regions, it wasn't enough for an End Realm expert to appear. Even if that was the case, then the enemy had lost. On his side, he had nothing to fear. Since his wings were plentiful, then he would deal with whatever came his way. Chapter 965. Who knows when Lu Wubbing is going to go through his tribulation? Lu Wubbing had the ability to go through the God Realm lightning tribulation, and his foundations were firm. Zhongsho originally thought that this person would be able to enter the God Realm in a month or 2. There was also a reason for him to advance bravely. Who knew that this person would be so determined and patient? Lu Wubbing's foundations were gaps. Gaps, the gaps of all things. Even if his realm wasn't high, he would only break through to the initial God Realm. However, his spells had a wide range of uses and could be said to be really powerful. Even a peak God Realm subordinate wasn't as useful as this person. However, he couldn't rush this matter. For the time being, his world-burning flame was enough to deal with this battle. When the demon-slaying formation in the celestial realm cultivator's body was completed, a mysterious rune appeared at the center of his brows. It was the word slay. When this person woke up from his meditation, his expression was one of loss and melancholy. From now on, he was a Tao soldier controlled by others, and not a celestial who didn't have any restrictions. However, moments later, he came back to his senses. His expression was respectful as he bowed towards Zhongsho. "Greetings, master." From now on, he was a master and a servant. His life and death, his future, all depended on the person in front of him. Moreover, just now he personally saw that there were 2 Saint Realm experts beside him. He was also able to get out of the 9 Extreme Death Jail safely. How could he not be filled with emotions? He was also filled with respect. During these 30 days, Zhongsho was already used to this and didn't care much about it. He just nodded his head and said flatly, "Within the lower 3 layers, you can choose any room to cultivate." After the Royal Demon God Shuttle was restored, Not only did the space within expand to 100,000 feet, but it was also split into dozens of layers. There were close to 1,000 rooms, and they were all quite spacious. It could gather spiritual energy in the void for the people within to cultivate. If one could reside on a spiritual vein, it would be like a celestial manor. However, it couldn't be like the Juntian celestial manor, which was pretty much a world and self-sufficient. It was also far from being as beautiful as an ordinary immortal's abode, which was overflowing with immortal energy. After sending this person away, Zhongsho picked up the Imperial Demon Slaying Records and examined it carefully. The more I look at this catalog, the more profound it is. It was like an abyss unfathomable. I thought that I had already comprehended at least 70% of the painting. But these few days, the more he studied it, the more he felt that what he had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. Each time he planted the Source Ocean Demon Slaying art restrictions on these Dao soldiers, he would have a deeper understanding of it. However, it also seemed right, but wasn't. It couldn't leave any impression in his mind. What was recorded in this catalog was probably far from just this Dao soldier technique. I can't figure out, but it should be combined with the other pages of this Imperial Demon Slaying record to reveal its true contents. It really made one curious. How did this foreign object end up in this world? Why did they scatter? Where are the other pages now? Zhongsho shook his head, unable to figure out. He could only put it aside for the time being. He was really curious about this book. If it was possible, he naturally hoped to collect all of it. However, this region was so huge, and there were tens of thousands of known worlds. To collect all of them was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Even whether or not the other pages of the book also ended up in this region was a mystery. Zhongsho took in a deep breath and thought back to the comprehension he gained when he used the forbidden technique. Only then did he close his eyes and start to meditate. The moment he entered meditation, within 1,000 feet of Zhongsho, starlight started to shine. A full 99 stars of different colors appeared and disappeared. Lin Xuanxuang used the spirit dream-inducing technique to teach him all the mysteries of the source life spirit breathing technique. When the world-burning blood eyes mutated, there were also numerous Lu family end realm experts who left many marks and legacies in his bloodline. It caused Zhongsho to have accumulation that others might not be able to do in hundreds and thousands of years. Zhongsho wasn't a person who stopped eating because of choking and used it right away. He didn't abandon the Lu family just because he hated them. He also wouldn't be grateful to them because of that. The mark legacy matter could only be said to be reciprocal. His bloodline reversal had benefited the entire Lu clan greatly. On his side, he naturally had no qualms about using these marks and legacies. Could the Lu family send people to reason with him? This was why during these 200 days, even if he didn't focus on studying it, the number of star Dao seeds that Zhongsho refined was explosively increasing. The information within the sky-burning bloodline could be said to be all-encompassing. As for the water Qilin, as well as the black fox, their lightning blood also contained countless divine ability inheritances. These Dao techniques and true meanings could be derived from numerous things. One could infer three. Comprehending one would allow one to comprehend all. At this moment, Zhongsho only felt that he didn't have enough time and wasn't able to organize all this information to refine more instant space dragon pellets and star Dao seeds. Even so, from the original 79, it had increased to a whopping 99. When it reached 81, each time Zhongsho entered a meditative state, there would be a phenomenon. Like there were many stars wrapping around. Like the entire starry sky was gathered beside Zhongsho. A 7-colored glow flowed within. Even Ao Kuan was shocked when he saw it. This is because your technique is compatible with the Tao, which is why it gave rise to a phenomenon. This is a good thing. Based on what I know, there are only a few such cases, and they're all grade 12 world-destroying abilities. Your soul ocean is now fully consolidated, and the scenes in your heart can affect reality, which is why it is reflected outside. Once your cultivation increases, you'll be able to control it freely. When Ao Kuan said that it was a good thing, Zhong Shou was also surprised. He had originally created the 3,000 Stars Fall to escape from Lu Wushuan. To actually be able to create such a surprising scene. After Grade 12 World Destroying, there was only Grade 13 Supreme. However, this phenomenon was a good thing. However, each time he entered a meditative state, 10,000 feet around Zhong Shou, star power would surge and circulate endlessly. Not only did Zhong Shou find it a little annoying, even Ao Kuan and the others, although they didn't say it out loud. However, each time they needed to enter a meditative state, they would head to a room 10,000 feet away from Zhong Shou to cultivate. No wonder the sky-burning Lu family could become the top power in this region with just the strength of a family. With such accumulation, as long as their disciples have decent physiques, they would be able to cultivate quickly. Their cultivation speed would be 10 times that of normal people. He thought to himself that it was no wonder that the Lu family cared so much about maintaining their pure blood. It wasn't just the various abilities that were formed due to the bloodline, but all of these could be obtained through cultivation. Compared to normal cultivators, they didn't have much of an advantage. What was more important was the information that the 3-End Realm Saint Venerables and many Saint Realm cultivators left in their bloodlines. This was the most important thing to the sky-burning Lu family. Speaking of which, it is time to refine 1 or 2 Saint Grey Dragon pellets. The stars in the sky, the most important ones were the 4-Direction Star Region and the 3-Yuan Star Palace. The former was split into 28 mansions. Zhong Shou's plan was to prepare a few Saint Grey Dragon pellets as materials for the Dao seeds of the 4-Direction Star Region and 3-Yuan Star Palace. From top to bottom, he would first build a framework and then add in the rest. He would start from the pillars to make the foundations firm. Only then would he be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. As for the 28 mansions, it would be best if there were Saint Grade items. If there weren't, then it wasn't impossible to use God Grey Dragon pellets. At most, he would spend some effort to nurture them himself. The final outcome wouldn't be too bad. However, with that, the few hundred dragon pellets in his hands along with the mutated beast pellets he collected in the death jail were far from enough. Originally, when he was refining the 3,000 star falling, Zhong Shou didn't have much of a long-term plan. However, he walked step by step until now. When this ability started to resonate with the stars in the sky, it wasn't just the birth of the black and white beginning and end Dharma. It wasn't something that helped his sword technique power to escape. It was a true ability that he could rely on. Zhong Shou was unable to give up. He also wanted to see what kind of world-destroying strength this 3,000 star falling would have. However, it wasn't just the instant space dragon pellets that were hard to find. It was also really tough to refine the Saint Grey Dragon pellets. Before Lu Tianqing died, he left a golden pellet that could be used as a star Dao seed material. However, I feel like there are some obstacles in my heart. If what he expected was right, he would be fighting once more with Hong Jiuchen and the 9 Extreme Celestial Dynasty. Who knows? He might be able to kill 1 or 2 more Saint Realm experts. With that, he would be able to gather the 4 palaces and 3 Yuan walls. Once the 4 palaces and 3 Yuan walls are formed, my cultivation can rise by half a grade. However, in order to refine it, one would need a heaven-ranked true flame and have to burn it for a total of 49 days. Where would I find it? Zhong Shou laughed and retracted his wishful thinking. After just 4 hours of meditation, Zhong Shou's brow rose up and a weird expression flashed across his eyes. At this moment, he was already outside of Yuanren World. He was just an hour away from Yuanren World. However, just now, he sensed that something wasn't right there. Blood appeared in his eyes once more as Zhong Shou looked into the distance. He instantly pierced through the void and saw that he was outside of Yuanren World, within a world river. Dozens of warships were fighting intensely within. One side only had 16 warships. On the other side, there were a total of over 40 ships. However, the former wasn't at a disadvantage. Through the formation changes and direction changes, they were able to maintain the same losses and were on the same level. However, Their numbers were a little too small, and they were fleeing into the distance. Around these warships, there were dozens of celestial realm cultivators who were fighting intensely, amongst which the one with the sharpest sword light was Tai Chi. Next would be Zhao Yanran. This demon girl actually grasped the spirit and martial arts merger Dao. She alone was able to fight against 6 celestial realm cultivators. However, the 2 of them weren't in a good situation, and it was tough for them to deal with it. Zhongshou's brow instantly turned serious, and killing intent flashed. He thought about it seriously and caused the royal demon shuttle to hide its tracks. His body then sped through the air. Chapter 966. There were many Dao soldiers within the royal demon god shuttle, as well as Ao, Kun, Ao, E, and the others. Zhongshou didn't want others to know about it in case they alerted the enemy. This was why right away when they got close to Yuanren world, Zhongshou covered all the aura along with the spiritual energy movement. However, when he flashed out and was outside of the shuttle, Alcuin was already 1 step ahead of him. He stood at the bow of the giant ship and looked into the distance. His expression was filled with interest. Your few subordinates are all not bad. Fighting against so many with so few, to think that they could hold on until now. Especially that Tai Chi, even in the Cloud Desolate era, he should have had a place. However, from the looks of it, your opponent is really about to make a move. If you say that they are probing, then they're too much. He then turned around and said with a hint of envy, you can see it across the distance of these 2 worlds? Even Saint Realm experts might not have such an ability. Saint Realm experts could naturally sense from space. Maybe like Zhongshou, who was several worlds away, to be able to see everything in his eyes like it was right in front of his eyes. However, very few people could do that. Even one could say that he was the only one. Zhongshou smiled and didn't reply. His soul ocean void space had already descended into this world. The star Dao seed was already slowly walking in the void. With a flash, he was dozens of breaths away. Naturally, that royal demon god shuttle was taken care of by Ao Kun. His brother wasn't as unreliable as Lin Xuanxuan. However, in just a few teleportations, Zhongshou heard Ao Kun's voice in his ear. Be careful, there seems to be an ambush there. We don't know what they are like. If things go wrong, I will act in time. However, Zhongshou understood. A chill filled his chest. How could he not know about Ao Kun's reminder? Outside of the Yuanren world, there were several places where spiritual vigor was hidden. His world burning blood eyes could not see through it. The illusory heart mirror was too far away and could not break the illusion. However, the faint prickling sensation in his heart reminded him from beginning to end that this place was extremely dangerous. He didn't know who was hiding here. He didn't know if they were here for him or if they had other goals. Furthermore, he had no idea what the cultivation of these people were or how strong their combat prowess was. However, he wasn't afraid. He also knew what Ao Kun meant. There were 2 top Saint Realm experts guarding at the side. No matter what, his life could be saved. However, if it was really the 2 of them who attacked, it would make the 9 absolute celestial dynasty wary. His goal was to use Hong Jiuqin and his crew to drag the other factions into the mess. It was perfectly justifiable for them to attack the surrounding small worlds. However, he didn't want those scoundrels to be afraid at such a time. The number of star Dao seeds increased. Not only did Zhongshou's teleportation distance increase by a lot, the amount of time he had to rest between each teleportation was also shortened by a lot. In just 100 breaths, he arrived at the World River. Looking out coldly, he saw that Tai Chi and Zhao Yanran were still okay. They could barely hold on and even had some ability to fight back. The other cultivators of the various sects were having a tough time and were in danger. On the other hand, the 16 spaceships had actually sunk a few of the enemy's ships. From their previous guerrilla warfare, they began to counterattack. On the contrary, the situation of those cultivators who were fighting was getting worse and worse. They needed those spaceships to be able to help out. Their celestial realm cultivators were unable to fight back. They couldn't go all out. They knew that at this moment, they couldn't hesitate anymore. A few of them were obviously out of strength. If they continued to delay, they would be in danger of dying. Zhongsho laughed coldly and appeared. Step by step, he walked towards the center of the battlefield. In just half a breath, the cultivators in the World River all noticed him. The faces of Feng Taiji, Zhao Yanran, and the others were filled with joy. The two of them seemed to have expected his arrival. They weren't surprised. However, it was obvious that their tense expressions had relaxed. Zhongsho knew that most of them knew that he had arrived in Yuanren. They had a lot of confidence, which was why they were here to fight head-on with these people. Most of it was due to Zhao Yanran's instigation. Looking at those cultivators, they didn't have any obvious identity. Their cold gazes swept towards him. Although they were extremely surprised, their eyes were also filled with joy. Zhongsho was even more certain in his heart. However, he didn't care and didn't bother. His expression was calm as he looked at those broken ships. They sped through the void. Their trajectories were like the horns of antelopes, unable to be grasped. Suddenly they passed, suddenly they escaped, suddenly they separated, and then they suddenly gathered together. Although the enemy had many ships, they weren't able to form a combined strength. Giant crossbows and various spells shot at them, but they were at a disadvantage. Every time those several tens of enormous warships gathered in one place, they would be able to send out a large number of warships. Rulin's ships would avoid them and not fight. One could vaguely see that in his previous life, he had commanded hundreds of ships and roamed the Cloud Sea without ever meeting a worthy opponent. However, at this moment, Rulin's fate wasn't as tragic as in the last life. He was ostracized and feared by his brother, slowly losing his military power. In the end, he died along with the Snow Lion race. At this moment, there was an even wider stage for her to display her beauty. Not only was Rulin himself skilled in tactics, the people operating the spaceships were obviously of good standard. Only then could they order Rulin around like his arms. A qualified general needed to be able to judge people and use them well to be able to train his troops. The situation today surprised Zhongsho. That little brat had truly grown up. Unknowingly, she had become one of his most important helpers. A few breaths later, Zhongsho retracted his gaze. He walked over unhurriedly. His tone was flat as he said, I remember that Tianfeng Adjurn Tanjing once said that the powers of the outer regions were fighting. Celestial realm cultivators wouldn't easily interfere. I wonder where you all came from. Why don't you care about the rules? Where did you get the courage to offend my Deqian? When he said the words, offend my Deqian, Samuraim's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stabbed towards those dozens of celestial realm cultivators. A few of them instantly felt their chests jump. In that instant, they felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. For some reason, they felt that their limbs couldn't move at all. Luckily, Zhongsho just glanced over and relied on that gaze. He focused on the person with the highest cultivation out of all of them who was attacking Tai Chi. You all are here to die, right? A blood color flashed in his eyes. That intermediate celestial realm cultivator was instantly unable to move. His eyes were filled with shock, his mouth making a hoo-hoo sound. He couldn't say anything, his expression filled with fear and confusion. Chapter 9:67. At this moment, not only were these celestial cultivators of unknown identities shocked, but even Tai Chi and the others were shocked. Zhongsho didn't attack, but the entire World River was covered under his sword-intent suppression. It caused those dozens of cultivators to keep quiet out of fear, their eyes filled with shock. Although they were still attacking, they tried to save some strength. Celestial realm. Such a thought flashed across everyone's minds. At this moment, Zhongsho was a true celestial realm cultivator. How was he so strong? Also, what was going on with those eyes? Why did it feel like he could take away one's life with just one look? Those people that Samuraim stared at couldn't open their mouths at all. Zhongsho was too lazy to ask anymore. His ability ripped and tried to rip this person to shreds. However, he heard another person suddenly laugh. Bloodsore Monster Lord? You are finally back. What a surprise, what a surprise. Since he didn't die under Lu Wushuang's sword, then why did you rush back to die? As for our identities, does the Monster Lord really not know? When he said that, there was a loud explosion that spread out. Everyone looked over in shock, only to see that the celestial realm cultivator that Zhong Shou's gaze locked onto actually had his flesh and blood splattered. He was forcefully ripped apart by that unknown power and exploded into pieces. It caused that person's voice to suddenly stop. Zhong Shou's cold gaze looked over. What did you say to me just now? It seemed like the true leader of this bunch of celestial realm cultivators wasn't that person. Although the person opposite him was slightly weaker, he was obviously the leader here. That person's breathing was obviously stifled as he stared in shock at the flesh and blood floating in the air. Then, his brows furrowed and a mocking expression appeared on his face. How overbearing! How majestic! Let's hope that you could be so arrogant in a while. Do you know that those few people have been waiting for you for a long time? His limbs started to twist under the gaze of Zhong Shou's blood eyes. Some of his muscles started to collapse. The depths of his eyes were filled with terror, but he forced himself to remain calm. At this moment, several figures appeared in the sky one after another. At the very front was a huge mountain. Shockingly, it expanded to a size of 3 million feet and forcibly squeezed into this space. However, it was not aimed at Zhong Shou. Instead, it went straight for the dozen or so giant warships. Then, a soft shout came from the void and rang in Zhong Shou's ears. Die! A bunch of fist shadows struck in front of Zhong Shou. Just the spiritual energy vibrations caused the nearby space to fold and ripple. However, it wasn't directly targeted at him. Instead, it blocked the path of Zhong Shou's spaceships. It was unknown where they came from, but more than 10 people attacked at the same time, almost locking down this part of the world river. There were also at least 3 incomparably vast soul intents that were peerless in this world that charged over. 3 directions swept out like a flood, forcefully suppressing Zhong Shou's sword intent. Zhao Yanran and Tai Chi couldn't help but hold their breaths, their pupils constricting. God Realm. There were actually 3 God Realm experts. Looking at the methods of these people, they actually attacked where Zhong Shou had to save. From the start, they cut off any chance of Zhong Shou escaping. Tai Chi's sword-wielding hand tensed up. Zhao Yanran's face was ashen white. For the first time, she regretted her rash actions. Who would have thought that there would be more than 3 God Realm experts hiding in the outer region just to kill Zhong Shou? Zhong Shou's chest was really calm, and he didn't mind. Before he rushed over, he was already prepared for this ambush. The current situation didn't exceed his expectations. With just these people, could they kill him? A year ago, they might have had the ability to do so, even making him unable to fight back at all. However, at this moment, it wasn't worth mentioning. He didn't even bother to attack. He casually waved his sleeves and tossed the turtle out. First, it was a ball of blue light. Then, it swiftly swelled, turning into 10,000 feet in the blink of an eye. When that fist struck its body, it didn't hurt or itch at all. It wasn't damaged at all. Instead, he waved that giant shield and, with a pung, he used that vast strength to smash that person away. When it was in front of the giant mountain, it retracted its head. At the sides of the giant shield, numerous gears opened up and spun swiftly. 12 ice wings spread out, causing its giant body to instantly accelerate to the extreme. It forcefully smashed into the waist of the giant mountain. Amidst the shaking, the 10,000 feet body of the blue fire Xian turtle was sent flying several breaths away. It stopped and carefully stretched out a leg to look at the giant mountain. He directly faced the huge celestial treasure, although it was deflected by him. Although it was deflected, apart from a few deep marks at the waist of the mountain, it wasn't damaged at all. It couldn't help but pout regretfully, tilting its head to look at the shield that wasn't damaged either. It was thinking whether or not these 2 shields needed to be changed. It released the blue fire Xian turtle, following which a silver light flashed. With a speed that the naked eye couldn't see, It brought about many white streaks of light in the void. With Hanshi at the lead, dozens of Saint Fire Silver ants flew in all directions. Just a few silver ants and Hanshi working together, and a late celestial realm cultivator was smashed into pieces by this unbelievably quick silver ant arm blade. Blood splattered. The 10 over people couldn't be distracted anymore, stopping in midair. They were fully focused on dealing with these dozens of Saint Fire Silver ants. Especially Hanshi, everywhere it went, there would be one person heavily injured. Pretty much at the same time, a golden light shot out from his sleeves. It turned into a Zhongsho that was 2 sizes smaller, heading right for the person that the blue fire Xian turtle knocked away. It was actually able to borrow the power of Zhongsho's Star Dao Seed to teleport, arriving beside the middle-aged martial cultivator in the blink of an eye. A sword slashed down, stars wrapped around it as it waved. 9 long ying, 4 swords merged into one. A rough image of the absolute beginning long ing appeared on the small sword body. Although the person was knocked by the blue fire Xian turtle such that he lost control of his body. However, he was still able to deal with Little Gold, who was attacking alone. The fist seal led, instantly causing millions of void-ripping blades to strike towards Little Gold's brow. However, just as this person was about to move, his eyes were suddenly filled with confusion and his movement stopped. Little Gold's sword mercilessly sliced off this person's arm, extremely vicious, following which, with another sword, he sliced off this person's head. Then it opened its mouth and sucked, forcefully sucking out a transparent pill from this person's body and swallowing it. Zhongsho looked on from afar to help Little Gold hold down the fort. When he saw the situation, his eyes lit up. Soul technique. What Little Gold used just now was a true spell, even simulating a portion of his Blood Eye ability. In the past, although this fellow could simulate his body, it was only limited to martial techniques. In terms of spells, it was still a little lacking. At this moment, he had obviously made up for this shortcoming. Although it was only Spirit Realm, it was able to simulate 80% of Zhongsho's strength when he was late Spirit Realm. Was it because of the formless god Demon's Niden? Formless 10,000 phenomenon. As expected, he looked coldly at the person that Little Gold killed. He was both surprised and disappointed. So, it is the Shadow Demon race. If it was as expected, these so-called Shadow God race people must have come for the illusionary heart mirror in Zhongsho's hands. No wonder there would be 3 God Realm experts attacking at the same time. However, thinking about it, be it 9 Extreme Celestial Court, Jijue Celestial Court, or Hanling Order, they wouldn't have the courage to directly attack Zhongsho without caring about Long Ying's presence. At most, they would cooperate and help out. In his heart, he still felt a little regretful. If these people really came from 9 Extreme Celestial Court, then he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Then, at this moment, he no longer had anything to worry about. He could directly attack and sweep through the surrounding worlds. His sleeves shook. It was the Qilin and the lightning-winged dragon who wanted to come out to help him. However, Zhongsho forcefully suppressed them. Little Gold's combat strength was really unexpected. There was no need for the 2 helpers inside. Moreover, in the upcoming battle, there was no need for the 2 helpers. In the next battle, these 2 fellows wouldn't be able to help and instead distracted him. After the illusionary heart mirror appeared, a green light shone out and swept the sky, only to see that there weren't just these dozens of celestial realm cultivators in the void. There were also dozens of shadowy demons hiding all over the place, silently sneaking over. A few of them were even not far away from Tai Chi and Zhao Yinran. The few of them were all shocked and quickly went on guard. These shadow demons were all stunned. After holding their breaths, they quickly retreated. However, the green light of the illusionary heart mirror didn't let them go. It continued to shine down, causing these shadow demons close to formless bodies to burn with green flames. These shadow demons couldn't make a sound. However, they could still cry out so that everyone around could hear them. Like they were in extreme pain, their spiritual sense fluctuations were extremely intense. It was also at this moment that a clear and cold cry finally sounded from the sky. Preposterous, You dare to hurt my god race in front of me. How arrogant. A sword slashed down like it was flying from outer space. The sword fell from the nine heavens like a shooting star. Amongst the scattered light, an unparalleled sharpness was hidden within. One couldn't see its trajectory and was unable to judge where it landed. At this moment, the giant mountain was shrinking and landing in the hands of a middle-aged cultivator who suddenly appeared. He carried this mountain-shaped magical treasure and stepped out from behind Zhongsho. This is the illusionary heart mirror. As expected, it is stained with the blood of my god race. It has to be destroyed. The nine-tailed sky fox bloodline should also be destroyed. The illusionary heart mirror instantly buzzed. The artifact spirit within seemed to be furious to the extreme. It actually didn't need Zhongsho to use the power of his bloodline to activate it. The seals on the mirror were undone layer by layer. At this moment, not far away, the celestial realm cultivator who spoke before laughed out loud. What now? 3 formless god venerables are here. You, Zhongsho, will definitely die today. Weren't you arrogant and overbearing just now? With a thought, you could take away one's life and death. Who knows if you can still be arrogant now? This person's body was twisted until it was unrecognizable. However, due to Zhongsho being distracted, he didn't die. At this moment, he laughed out loud like he was delighted. Chapter 968. The laughter pierced through the air and pierced his eardrums. That person's expression was extremely weird at this moment. It was twisted like he was in extreme pain, but also like he was delighted. He was gloating and delighted. Zhongsho was too lazy to bother, focusing on the sword light that struck over. Good sword technique. Not only was the sword technique exquisite, but it was also filled with mysterious intent. The sword intent was sharp and fleeting. The darkness and Tao rhythm were exquisite to the extreme. It was obviously at the sword intent spirit realm, at least at the intermediate level. Unfortunately, the person who drove the sword wasn't his true body, but a dove that occupied the nest. His mind was stolen by others and controlled by the formless god demon. He copied 90% of this person's sword path, but there was still 10% that wasn't real. Zhongsho sighed. His heart was filled with regret. Who knew what happened to such a strong sword expert for the shadow demon race, to take over his body and wipe out his spiritual sense? This was why this sword should have been extremely strong. It should have been enough to slay any god realm expert of the same grade with just a few swords. However, at this moment, in his eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning. Moreover, in terms of illusionary techniques, the nine-tailed sky fox bloodline was the true king of illusionary techniques. With the illusionary heart mirror here, all shadow demons had to have 50% of their strength reduced. With a thought, the illusionary heart mirror rose up once more, 1,000 feet above Zhongsho's head. Like a bright moon, it scattered the green light all around like water. There were also more light that shone towards where the 3 god realm auras were at. It caused that unparalleled sword attack to stop for a moment. The energy flow was suddenly unable to flow smoothly. It also caused the sword intent to be unable to be maintained. Before it even reached him, it was already showing signs of weakness. Zhongsho was about to attack and break it with one sword. He squinted, and a sense of danger rose up in his heart. It was right above him, in the blind spot of the green mirror light. A ball of spiritual energy suddenly exploded out and charged down from the sky. Thou hast foreseen this from the start. The remnants of a nine-tailed sky fox should be exterminated. This time, numerous shuttle shadows charged at the mirror of joy like a storm. Behind those small flying shuttles was a figure holding a long staff. It smashed down fiercely from the sky. It was unknown how many Sumeru mountains of strength had erupted in that small space. He was a god realm cultivator and was much closer to the illusionary heart mirror than Zhongsho. In just 1,000th of an instant, 100,000th of a blink of an eye, he was in front of the illusionary heart mirror. At this moment, Tai Chi and the others' faces turned even paler. His laughter which was already slightly arrogant, became even more unbridled. This time, there were already 4 formless god demons who had appeared to kill Zhongsho. Who knows whether or not there were other god realm shadow demons hiding around the world river. The corners of Zhongsho's lips curled up, and the blood in his eyes flashed again. If he didn't have this world-burning blood eye, he wouldn't have been able to see where these few people were hiding. Maybe this time, these people were really going to succeed and destroy the illusionary heart mirror. Of course, these people had already expected all of his reactions. However, how could this not be within his expectations? All the weird movements were seen through by the world-burning blood eye. He burst out laughing in his heart. These shadow demons really thought highly of him. Just for him and his mirror, they used a full 5 formless god demons. They also spent so much effort to set up a plan just to destroy the illusionary heart mirror that he was in control of. Should he feel honored that they placed so much importance on him? Only Little Gold benefited. This time, he would be able to eat his fill and drink his fill. Unfortunately, the quality was a little weak. Compared to the 8th layer of the death jail, the peak god realm formless demon was much weaker. Looking on as the long rod charged down, Zhongsho didn't react at all. However, just as the sky full of shuttle shadows struck the green mirror, the illusionary heart mirror shook. Then, before the rod struck, it shattered. This caused the people here to be startled. Was this mirror that was famous during the Cloud Desolate era, causing the shadow demon race to fear it like a tiger? The top celestial treasure of powers, which was close to a god artifact, broken so easily? Then, they saw another identical green mirror appear on the other side, roughly 3 breaths away. Illusionary technique? Everyone took a look and knew the reason. Their gazes were a little weird. What kind of illusionary technique was this? It was actually able to hide from the formless god demon of the shadow demon race. Then, this mirror was where the true body of the illusionary heart mirror was, following which more illusionary heart mirrors appeared in the air. 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000. More green lights spread out in all directions, covering the world river space such that there were no blind spots at all. Be it spiritual energy fluctuations or energy changes, they were all the same, making it tough for one to differentiate between real and fake. It caused the face of the person holding the rod to turn green. Then, he didn't hesitate to give up on the thought of destroying the illusionary heart mirror. The rod changed directions and smashed down onto Zhongsho's head. Since they were unable to differentiate where the true body of the Sky Fox Race Legacy mirror was. Then, if they attacked Zhongsho, who was holding the mirror, the outcome would be the same. However, when encirclement was formed and the 4 of them were about to crush Zhongsho, the 4 formless god demons felt their eyes blur. The team that they locked onto with their spiritual sense was nowhere to be seen. Instant space technique. Almost at the same time, 4 waves of God Realm intent spread into the distance like waves. First, he used his strength to lock down the entire world river and the instant space laws in the surrounding void. Then, inch by inch, he searched this space. They didn't miss out on any bit of space spiritual energy changes. I found it. The person holding the rod was the first to sense it. You want to escape? Where can you escape to in front of us? As he laughed coldly, the rod turned into a rainbow and smashed towards a certain area. It broke through the void and smashed the space within the few celestial realm cultivators. Zhongsho's body appeared once more. He stepped out from the void. His expression was cold as he stood in front of the God Realm cultivator who was holding the giant mountain. At that instant, the laughter spread out once more. Wasn't the monster lord really domineering before? Did you say that we were asking to die? Why is the Bloodsword monster lord trying to escape? To be able to personally see you die, my nephew who died under your sword will be able to rest in peace from today onwards. Nephew? Zhongsho was startled and thought to himself that no wonder. So this lunatic had family members who died in his hands. It was no wonder that his words were so crazy and annoying. He didn't know who it was, but he couldn't remember. That was because there were too many who died in his hands. Shaking his head, Samuraim's gaze focused on the god realm cultivator who was holding the giant mountain. Even if he was suppressed by the illusionary heart mirror, even if the formless god demon took over his body, it wasn't a perfect fit. However, he still had celestial spiritual energy covering his body, his aura surging into the sky, his spiritual sense suppressing such that it was tough for one to even look up at him. One could also clearly see the joy in this person's eyes. It was like he was determined to get him. The giant mountain floated up once more, and a purple-green treasure barrier appeared in his hand. Following closely behind the giant mountain, it smashed over. Zhongsho laughed and held the nameless sword in his hand. He teleported and flashed here, but it wasn't to escape. Instant space dragon, yellow dragon, ice hornless dragon, wind cloud dragon. Wong. Amidst the sword ringing, many long-anged dragons appeared on the sword body. They instantly merged into one and formed the absolute beginning dragon form. At the end was the platinum dragon. It caused the dragon illusionary image to have claws and teeth, looking like it was real. It also caused Zhongsho's aura to rise to the peak and then retract to the extreme. Then, a ball of black flames burned on the sword. It was the lightning blaze thousand flash. Just one jump from the tip of the flame, and it shattered the nearby space-time laws. The people around didn't notice anything at the start, just thinking that Zhongsho was going all out. However, in just a moment, the expressions of the three formless god demons behind Zhongsho changed. Intermediate spirit realm. This kid's sword intent actually contains the mysteries of the sword intent spirit realm. Han Kuei, you can't take this sword. The middle-aged cultivator who was controlling the giant mountain and the purple gold jade shield had a look of shock in his eyes. Right away, he wanted to dodge and retreat. Then he noticed that his body was tightly bound by the sword intent. He felt that even if he was pushed millions of miles away, this sword would still be able to chase after him. The instant space sword intent had turned billions of miles into inches of space. Then he wanted to break out of this body and give up on this puppet body. However, the moment such a thought rose up, he saw the millions of mirrors all turn. All the light from the mirrors shone on him, not to mention his soul escaping. Even being in this body was tough to take. Helplessly, he could only use his vital energy and soul power to rely on those two treasures to block. At this moment, Zhongsho's eyes were filled with blood intent once more. Many mysterious spiritual patterns appeared. Die! He hollered as the sword in his hand turned into a rainbow and struck out. Like a waterfall, a blood light flashed. The trajectory of the sword light had no energy at all. It was really extraordinary. The sword intent gathered in a line on the sword blade. There was a soft kong that couldn't be heard. The giant mountain that was just 10,000 feet wide was broken from the top with one sword. It caused the numerous restrictions and treasures within to all collapse. Behind the giant mountain was the purple gold jade shield. Just as everyone thought that the sword aura would be slightly obstructed, a voice rang out. The blood-colored sword shadow sped up. It was even sharper, not dodging or avoiding as it domineeringly slashed onto the jade shield. There was another soft, poochie sound as this treasure broke. The cut was really smooth, like it was naturally like that. That Han Kuei's eyes were filled with shock. He tried his best to twist his body, changing his trajectory as he flew backwards, trying to break away from the lock of the sword light. In his panic, he couldn't even control his vocal cords to make a sound accurately. His mouth could only make some random sounds. Chapter 9:69. Just as Han Kuei wished, Zhongsho's blood-colored sword glow seemed to have used up all its strength and couldn't be continued. It retracted, and retracted. Just as the three God Realm experts who arrived behind him relaxed slightly, a voice rang out. Zhongsho's nameless sword exploded out once more in the impossible. The sword's shadow formed threads and sped over at an unbelievable speed. The man followed the sword, and in just 1,000th of a second, he was in front of Han Kuei. It was so sharp that it could pierce through everything as it headed right for his brow. unstoppable. Just at this moment, a blurry person suddenly appeared in front of Hong Kuei. It came really suddenly, the giant knife slashing down diagonally. The aura it gave off was no weaker than the person holding the stick. The knife slashing out didn't go to save Hong Kuei, but directly slashed down, shattering the void. Zhongshu's sword still didn't have any fire energy. He laughed. When the knife light slashed over, he had no choice but to retract his hand to defend. He suddenly turned, body and sword merging into one, drawing out an extremely weird trajectory. And Xianli were like swallows flying back and forth as they passed by the giant blade of destruction, completely unscathed. The sword attack was still extremely sharp as it continued to strike forwards. The sword didn't turn back. It was extremely fierce and tough. Since he knew that there were 5 formless god demons here, how would he not be prepared? He retracted his sword attack just for this moment to explode out even more strongly. Shock appeared in Hong Kuei's eyes once more. He hurriedly raised his hand to form a seal to try to block. However, the blood-colored sword shadow was already in front of him when he was just halfway done with his spell. See, along with blood rain flying, Zhongshu's sword cleanly sliced off this person's head. Along with the green light gathering and the green flames raging, Hong Kuei's soul body that was trying to escape was crying out. However, it struggled for a moment before it turned to dust. At this moment, the 4 God Realm experts all rushed over and surrounded him once more. Zhongshu didn't hesitate at all, reaching out and grabbing Hong Kuei's transparent essence pellet. The Star Dao seed was activated and, with a flash, he left the spot he came from. When he appeared once more, he was behind the 5 formless god demon who was holding the sword, just a tenth of a celestial realm breath away. To them, it was just inches away. That person was shocked, and then he was furious. Without hesitation, he slashed back with his sword. Zhongshu didn't care, a smile on his face. Sword intent and spiritual sense was even more intense. Even under the pressure of 4 formless god demons at the same time, he was able to forcefully withstand it and did not lose out at all. The nameless sword in his hand buzzed once more. The vital energy and blood that he had plundered from Hong Kuei's body exploded without reservation at that moment. Time accelerated time. Space lockdown. Cause and effect, inverted life and death. Judgment, 1 gray and 1 white. A pair of wings formed from life and death spiritual energy suddenly spread out behind Zhongshu. That shocked exclamation rang out once more from the distance. It is cause and effect. Cause and effect inverted, effect before cause. Chuzhua, you still haven't abandoned your body. The voice was hoarse and filled with panic and fear. Zhongshu raised his eyes and looked expressionlessly in front of him. He wasn't moved at all, his sword still slashing through the air, since he knew that it was cause and effect inverted, effect before cause. Then how could he escape? Unless the opponent could reverse the cause and effect once more and return to normal. That blood-red sword light flashed and disappeared in an instant, barbarically and nimbly piercing into the heavy sword shadow. With just 1 sword, it pierced through the chest of this person. Twisting with the momentum, sword energy exploded out and shredded the body of the puppet into pieces. Under the shine of the illusionary heart mirror, the formless god demon hidden within was unable to hide. Life and death power, judging life and death. When Zhongshu's sword shadow landed, the formless soul body was instantly wiped out, leaving no traces at all. He reached out and grabbed the transparent god demon energy pellet in his hand. Then, Zhongshu didn't use instant space teleportation. He held the nameless sword in his hand and stood quietly on the spot. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at the 3 formless god demons opposite him. Now, the strong and the weak were reversed, attacking and defending had changed positions. The ones who should consider fleeing were the 3 people in front of him. At this moment, the entire void was silent like it was dead. The unrestrained and maniacal laughter from before had stopped along with Hong Kuei's death. That person's face was still twisted and vicious. However, at this moment, His face was filled with disbelief, filled with unwillingness and despair. Formless god demon was actually slain by this person in just a few swords? The combined forces of 5 divine realm experts actually fell into a losing situation? How did this happen? How is that possible? Everyone was silent. Many people knew that the situation wasn't good and started to silently flee into the distance. At this moment, although the dozens of celestial realm experts were still fighting in the World River, they were still holding back. One side was holding back and was thinking about retreating. The other side didn't have anything to worry about, and instantly the situation was reversed. Tai Chi was startled as he looked in that direction. A moment later, he gave out a self-mocking laugh. He should have thought about it long ago. Although his cultivation was fast, how would that fellow stop and improve? To treat this person as a target was just asking for trouble. Then, he shook his head and retracted his attention back to the front. The celestial realm cultivators around had no fighting spirit. It would only take a few flicks of a finger to crush them. However, at this moment, he wasn't satisfied with just forcing them back or killing them. Although the celestial realm cultivators were working with the formless god demons to surround and kill Zhongshou. However, these people weren't from the shadow demon race. Actually, although their identities were unknown, everyone had a rough idea of where they came from. The spaceships in the World River mostly belonged to the Judu Xianting. There was also a portion that belonged to the Celestial Order and the Hanling Order. These so-called factionless cultivators came at the right time. They used their celestial realm strength to directly interfere in this battle. Tai Chi didn't know what Zhongshou was planning to do next. However, this time the Qian Celestial Dynasty did suffer heavy losses. If they didn't fight back, it would be tough to get rid of their hatred. With Zhongshou's personality and his way of doing things, they didn't need to worry about anything. With today's matter, they didn't need to find evidence and could directly attack. However, if they could capture a few people now, they might be useful in the future. The moment such a thought rose up, Tai Chi's sword attack changed. The killing intent on the surface was much thicker, but the sword light that scattered out was much gentler, more focused on guiding and entangling. The few celestial realm cultivators around were all trapped within the sword light. They were anxious, but they didn't have a chance to escape. Then, from the corner of his eye, he saw that Zhao Yinran's sword attack also had a slight change. When Tai Chi saw this, he instantly smiled. Great minds think alike. Zhongshou also smiled. Since he killed the formless god demon known as Chu Zhua, his spiritual sense wasn't restricted by these few god realm shadow demons anymore. He once again spread out in the void and covered the world river. Naturally, he understood the situation on the other side. Standing with his sword in hand, the Grand Master was looking down from above with a look of disdain. What you all did was unforgivable. However, today I'm willing to give you all a chance to escape. You all set up a trap to kill me just because of the illusionary heart mirror in my sky. Fox bloodline? Who did you all work with? Judu Xianing, Jijue, Celestial Dynasty, Han Ling Order. Did you all join in? If you can tell me everything and make me satisfied, I can let the 3 of you live. His gaze was ice cold, like he was looking down on ants as he stared right at the 3 of them. He didn't need the 3 of them to speak the truth. His words had a clear hint. As long as these 3 formless god demons were willing to drag the 3 of them into this, then he really didn't mind letting these few formless god demons live. With this evidence, he didn't have anything to worry about. The powers nearby who had the right to interfere would have nothing to say. Even End Realm Saint Venerables wouldn't have a reason to interfere. The 3 of them exchanged glances with one another, but didn't reply. After exchanging glances with one another, their bodies flashed. They didn't split up and flee. Instead, they covered one another and fled into the distance. They all knew that Zhongshou's instant space teleportation technique was terrifying. Even if they were God Realm, they might not be able to escape from Zhongshou's attacks. This was why they decided to work together and not give Zhongshou a chance to attack them one by one. However, the 3 of them all had sullen looks in their eyes. 5 God Realm experts working together to kill an initial celestial realm expert. They should have been confident and easy. However, in just a moment, they lost two of them. An illusionary heart mirror, an unknown instant space teleportation technique, along with an intermediate spirit realm sword intent. This caused the five of them to be at a loss of what to do, completely helpless. What was worse was the disdain in the Sky Fox teen's words. It was like their lives and deaths were in his hands. They had swept this region for many years and had been to hundreds of worlds, snatching the minds of numerous people. This was the first time they had faced such a situation. It infuriated them to the extreme. Zhongshou was too lazy to bother about what they were thinking. Seeing the three of them flee, he roughly knew what they were thinking. He couldn't help but shake his head. They would rather die in battle than lower their heads in front of him? Or did they have enough confidence to escape in front of him? The life and death wings on his back slowly faded, and a pair of black lightning wings spread out once more. With a slight flap, he flashed through the void. When he was beside the three of them, the sword in his hand slashed out and directly slashed at the god demon holding the rod. It was still the return to one sword intent, merging all the Daos into one. The formless god demon scoffed and wanted a block. However, at this moment, his eyes coincidentally met with Zhongshou's blood-red and close to devilish eyes. Then he was shocked to realize that the other two God Realm shadow demons beside him didn't help him block and force back Zhongshou. Instead, they split up and fled in the opposite direction. He was instantly terrified and at a loss. He knew that the two of them had abandoned him and treated him as a chess piece. He didn't have the heart to fight head-on with Zhongshou anymore. He smashed the rod in his hand forward and retreated swiftly. However, the moment he retreated, he realized that something wasn't right. The aura changes around were different from what he saw. Illusionary technique. When he woke up from his dream, the formless god demon's eyes became clear once more. Only then did he notice that his two companions were still beside him and looking over in shock. Chapter 970. Lu Ji, why are you fleeing? A furious roar spread out from beside him. The stick-wielding god demon's face instantly turned purple. He knew that just now he was taken advantage of by Zhongshou's illusionary technique. It was because he was afraid that his two companions would abandon him and flee alone. This was why he was controlled by Zhongshou and had the misconception that he was the only one facing the sword attack. As a shadow demon, he had lived in this world for thousands of years. He had always been the only one who used illusionary techniques to confuse others. He didn't expect that there would be a day when his soul would be controlled by an outsider. All of a sudden, his heart was filled with terror. This was the nine-tailed Sky Fox bloodline. This Sky Fox bloodline descendants' illusionary techniques were actually so strong. There was also the illusionary heart mirror, which could counter all the spells of their race. With this person and this mirror in the world, it would be a huge tragedy for their race. When he was still in Celestial Realm, he could already fight alone, suppressing 5 formless god demons. Then when he reached God Realm and Saint Realm, even the king race would be suppressed. At this moment, along with his body retreating, a weakness appeared in the tight formation of the three of them. That blood-red sword shadow also changed. He forcefully barged in and entered, completely separating the three of them. Just as the sword light intersected and the blade shadow scattered, Lu Ji could only watch helplessly as his other two companions were split into two by the sharp sword light. Clean and clean, extremely decisive and sharp. When he came back to his senses, he saw that the blood-red sword light had already retracted and gathered back into one. Holding the nameless sword, Zhongshou once again pointed opposite at the formless god demon that his companions called Lu Ji. The coldness in his eyes became even thicker. Let me ask you one more time. Did you plan to kill me just because of this illusionary heart mirror and my Sky Fox bloodline? Who are you working with? Judu Xianting, Jijue Celestial Dynasty, Han Ling Order. Did you all join in? If you're willing to tell me honestly, I can give you a quick death. His tone was indifferent, but there was an irresistible charm to it. At this moment, Lu Ji felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Under the lock of the sword intent, he felt that it was extremely difficult for him to even think. All the will to live in his heart had completely disappeared, leaving only despair. However, it was precisely because he had lost all hope that the shock and fear in his heart had faded by quite a bit. He didn't care about the consequences of mentioning the Judu Xianting and the Jijua Immortal Court's involvement. The life and death of the outsiders had nothing to do with him. However, since he was going to die today, there was no need for him to follow Zhongsho's wishes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It was impossible for these forces and Zhongsho to join forces. In the future, they would definitely be mortal enemies. They would also be natural allies for the shadow demons to kill Zhongsho. Moreover, for this kid to interrogate him and tempt him, he definitely had a plan. No matter what, he couldn't let this Zhongsho have his way. As for a quick death, he, Lu Jiji, had overcome all obstacles and climbed to his current realm with his above-average talent. Why would he be afraid of such torture? This was why, after thinking about it for a moment, Lu Ji shook his head. You are dreaming. Today's matter is caused by my shadow demon race. When he said this, he suddenly stopped. Lu Ji saw that the blood patterns in Zhongsho's eyes flashed once more. Then his eyes were filled with shock. He was stunned and said in a daze, my shadow demon race was invited by the Judu Xianing and the Celestial Order. Apart from that, the Hanling Order Mufang and Jijue Immortal Court Fuyue also joined in. There is also the Cloud World Dao. Before the Dao word finished, a black light suddenly flew over from the distance. It was totally silent. Only when it was half a breath away did Zhongsho come to his senses. Instinctively, he had an idea. The 10 extreme Imperial Dao Destruction sword formation that was hidden at the side was instantly activated. Hundreds and thousands of sharp sword energy slashed onto the black light at the same time. In an instant, the black light was smashed into pieces. Then a black mist exploded out from within. In this void, it rapidly spread and expanded in all directions. At this moment, Lu Ji was also alarmed and finally woke up. His eyes focused once more, and his face was filled with shock. What did you do to me just now? What did I say? Zhongsho didn't bother and looked closely at the black mist. Poison? Moreover, it wasn't a small matter. He decisively scattered the sword light. In just a few swords, he obtained Lu Ji's god demon energy pellet. Then, he immediately retreated. Coincidentally, the black mist also spread over. Even with Lu Ji's god realm celestial body, it was instantly corroded and assimilated by the poison, becoming a part of the black mist. Zhongsho was shocked. Even if Lu Ji had already died and his aura had dissipated, he didn't have the indestructible body of a god realm celestial cultivator. It shouldn't have been destroyed and corroded so easily. One could imagine how poisonous the black mist was. If it was used on the battlefield, the outcome would be catastrophic. Luckily, the poison spread really slowly. As long as one's cultivation was slightly stronger, one would be able to escape. Or even God Realm cultivators who were good at wind techniques would be able to disperse it. However, at this moment, what Zhongsho cared more about was where the black light came from. His spiritual sense swept out like a ripple. The blood intent in his eyes became thicker as he carefully observed the surrounding few worlds. A moment later, Zhongsho frowned and retracted his spiritual sense. The place that he sensed had no abnormalities, and there was no one there. He also didn't find anything suspicious around the World River. He tried to contact A.O. Kuan, who was hiding not far away. However, the two Saint Realm cultivators there didn't find anything either. Zhongsho understood. He knew that the person who attacked either had the ability to hide from his world-burning blood eyes, or he had a treasure that could hide one's tracks. He was actually able to escape safely under the dual illumination of his blood eyes and illusionary heart mirror. No matter which one it was, one could tell that this person's background was really extraordinary. He thought back to the last 4 words that Lu Ji said. Cloud World Taoist. Taoist what? Cloud World Taoist faction, or Dowling Vast Habitat. In the battle today, these shadow demons wanted to ambush and kill him. Did the Cloud World Taoist faction also join in? He remembered that they had an agreement that Zhongshou couldn't return to the Cloud World for 20 years. The Taoist faction also promised that they wouldn't be enemies with Zhongshou and Deqian during these 20 years. Then, what was the meaning of their actions today? Was the Dowling Vast Habitat really that confident? Or did something happen in the Cloud World? They didn't care about the agreement from before. Although he had many questions in his heart, Zhongshou's gaze slowly turned sharp. If it was really someone from the Taoist faction, then it was really a waste that he wasn't able to grab hold of anything. If not, once he ended this matter, he could consider returning to the Cloud World. However, since this person had deliberately plotted against him, he had no idea what to do. Then, after today, there would definitely be a second time. If he was wary, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to grab hold of this person's tail. As for the Cloud World, he really had to pay attention to it. He had left for just a few months, and who knew what happened? Did the battle for the Book of Universe end so quickly? Or did something go wrong with Wei Su's end realm tribulation? Thousands of thoughts flashed in his mind. Zhongshou laughed, although he didn't hear the most crucial part from Lu Ji. However, just the first few sentences were enough. It made him really satisfied. Judu Xianing, Celestial Order, invited me. Hanling, Order Mufang, and Jijue, Celestial Dynasty Fuyue also joined in. He clenched his fists tightly, and energy explosion sounds rang out around him. Samuraim's eyes were filled with cold intent. Forget about the Judu Xianting, Hanling Order, Jijue, Celestial Dynasty, and the other powers. Hong Jiuchen was unwilling, but that was to be expected. Judu Xianing also had enough strength to make a comeback. It was inevitable that Mufang and Fuyue would become enemies with him. However, this celestial order actually dared to join in. They were really asking to die. There was a sudden movement in the space behind him. An incomparably familiar fragrance appeared behind him. Silently, a pair of hands hugged his body from behind, not bothering about the gazes of others. Although she didn't speak, her yearning for him could be clearly felt. Zhongshou Xin's heart felt warm. The killing intent in his eyes slowly calmed down. At this moment, Tai Chi and the others all dealt with their opponents and moved over. They all looked over with weird expressions on their faces. Zhongshou also didn't care about the gazes of these people, hugging Ruoshui's petite body. He first stared viciously at Zhao Yanran before apologizing to everyone. Zhongshou came late and made all of you suffer. Today, thanks to all of your strength, my great gone celestial dynasty is able to be as stable as a mountain, standing firm in the face of the storm. Zhongshou is really grateful. In the future, I will reward you greatly. If they were his subordinates, naturally he wouldn't need to do so. However, the people in front of him were mostly from the Kinzo sect and the Buddhist faction, as well as Tsang Shengdao's disciples. The people here, including Tai Chi, were all shocked. Even the few celestial realm cultivators who complained about Zhongshou not returning for a long time and abandoning them to deal with the attacks of these few powers in Yuanren didn't complain at all. He saw how strong Zhongshou was when he killed 5 formless god demons. The emotions in their chests were still unable to calm down. Even those 5 god realm shadow demons, under the suppression of the illusionary heart mirror, their true combat strength had fallen below god realm. However, Zhongshou's casual manner showed that he was holding back a lot of strength. They only felt that the person in front of them was indiscernible. How could a hero like him not be able to take down this Yuanren world to gain a foothold? They wanted to follow this Zhongshou to gain a foothold in Yuanren world. So how could they not pay a price? Although the losses this time were heavy, compared to the gains, it was negligible. Zhongshou then looked at Tai Chi, sizing him up in shock. He only felt that the person in front of him was a totally different person. He was originally a talent, and after not seeing him for a few months, he became more and more outstanding. Chapter 971. Is Brother Feng willing to help me meet Hong Jiuchen, Mu Fong, and the others? This matter can't end just like that. They need to give to Qian an explanation. Tai Chi didn't understand at first, looking closely at him. However, from Zhongsho's expression, he couldn't see anything. However, there was nothing to hesitate about in this matter. Why not? What is ruler's bottom line? Since he agreed, he needed to know Zhongsho's rough price. You can give him 10 days to back out of the Yuanren world. This time, anyone whose hands are stained with the blood of our Deqian people will die. All of them will pay with their lives. Also, Hong Jiuchen and Tanjing's heads. When he heard that, Tai Chi didn't think much of it. It sounded like these conditions weren't too much. The last two conditions were slightly tougher, but they were reasonable. If not, it would be tough to convince the masses. However, if they really wanted to come to an agreement, their side would most likely have to make some concessions. However, in the next moment, Zhongsho said, apart from that, each of these four powers needs to give up 4 small-sized worlds to Artichian. This is my bottom line, and I won't back down at all. Not only was Tai Chi shocked, but the other people gathered here were all stunned and didn't understand. For minor kiliocosms were nothing to the Liu clan, which had 800 medium kiliocosms under its control. However, for Hanling Order and Jijue Celestial Dynasty, it was the same as cutting off their flesh. Not to mention the Celestial Order, who had been bitterly struggling to survive. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream to get these forces to agree. It was simply impossible. A few of them could vaguely tell that the great Qian monarch had no intention of making peace with them. Tai Chi said helplessly, since ruler wants such a price, why don't we just start a war? Zhongsho had a faint smile on his face. We should try peaceful means before resorting to force. These people have been scheming and plotting to take my life. What's the big deal about asking them for some small worlds? Just say that I'm filled with anger and hatred and will never compromise. Tai Chi opened his mouth and wanted to say something, following which he seemed to come back to his senses. Bowing slightly, Taiji roughly understands what ruler means. Hong Jiuchen and the others were after the life of the Deqian Lord. No matter how Deqian reacted, it would not be overboard. What he needed to do was to let the other side know what he meant. It would be best if he could spread the news to everyone. He also found it weird. Zhongsho's actions were more to provoke and anger him. This would only cause these 4 families to resist with all their might, and even join forces with each other. However, where did Zhongsho get his confidence from, such that he didn't even fear these many-saint realm powers? Looking at Zhongsho's situation, he was obviously hoping that the Judu Xianing side would reject so that he could legitimately attack. To Tai Chi, it was already not bad to take down the entire Yuanren world. Just based on the 6 to 7 celestial realm experts from the 3 factions of the Cloud World, as well as Zhongsho himself and Ruoshe, it was impossible to force these 4 families to give in. On the battlefield, even with Shi Ruolin and Zhuangyu, they might not be able to guarantee victory. However, although he didn't understand, he knew that Zhongsho wasn't such a crazy person. He either had enough confidence or he had other intentions. During this diplomatic mission, Taiji will definitely not disappoint Monarch. Then I will have to trouble Brother Feng. I don't have any sincerity this time. Brother Feng, you can prioritize your own life. Zhongsho was really direct. He wanted to use peaceful means before using force, just to stuff people's mouths. It was also to give them time to prepare and gather people. When the battle truly started, they wouldn't only be able to capture some small fish and prawns. Only by inflicting heavy losses on these 4 forces would they be able to ensure the safety of the dozens of small worlds that they had just occupied. On his side, he also needed some time to prepare. Although he had a complete Imperial Big Dipper demon slaying sword formation, he still needed to give those Source Ocean demon slaying warriors some time to familiarize themselves with it. During this trip, apart from Mind Stones, he also obtained many precious materials which could be used to craft armor and weapons. At this moment, with his martial path and spiritual cultivation accumulations, it was enough to perfect the Black Fox Iron Cavalry. He was confident that in terms of cultivation methods, they were no weaker than the Blood Cloud Cavalry. The only difference was the cavalry armor and equipment, as well as the weapons they used. Cavalry armor was the armor of the beast, while armor was that of the cavalry. Although his Black Fox Iron Cavalry were grade 6 Dao soldiers. However, in this aspect, they were much weaker than the Blood Cloud Cavalry. He looked into the distance at the spaceships that were in an intense battle. Since those 5 formless god demons were killed by him, these spaceships were showing signs of collapsing. Under the charge of Sher-Rulin's navy, they had already destroyed dozens of them. The formation was scattered, and the situation was even worse. There were a few that were hanging in the air. The spaceships on the Deqian side had closed in and were fighting for them. The others were unable to escape. Although Zhong-Shou didn't attack, his spiritual sense and sword intent locked onto this part of the world river. The suppression struck at the minds of those cultivators and was indirectly interfering in this battle. Just looking at the situation, one knew that they didn't even need the help of Celestial Realm cultivators. Those few Alliance armies had no chance of winning at all. Looking at Sher-Rulin's intentions, it seemed like she wanted to take down all these spaceships. Zhong-Shou laughed coldly. He raised his hand and grabbed the person who laughed maniacally just now. He was always petty and didn't forget what he was angry about. However, he didn't forget that this person had scolded him and mocked him for a long time. He didn't ask anything and directly used the soul-searching technique to search his memories. So you came from the League of the Seven. Zhong-Shou instantly understood. No wonder this person saw him as an enemy. Jujing Recluse and his subordinates were indeed killed by him. One of them was this person's only blood relative. However, this time these people did it on their own and had nothing to do with the League of the Seven. Zhong-Shou didn't care about all this. Even if the League of the Seven joined in, it was just one more faction and he could still deal with it. However, there was another piece of news that made Zhong-Shou's brow rise up in shock. Taking in a deep breath, Zhong-Shou looked towards the Yuanren world at the northeast corner of the continent. Sure race? Taking in a deep breath, Zhong-Shou walked over. It seemed like he had to meet that brother Chaho who, pretty much at the same time, in the void several worlds away. A curled green lotus leaf floated to this place. Along with the spiritual river, it surged forwards. Not only was it extremely quick, but its body was also indiscernible. The crystal beasts around didn't notice this lotus leaf at all, like this item didn't exist at all. It was getting further and further away from a cloud world. The curled green lotus finally opened up a sliver and then completely stretched out. 2 figures appeared from within. They were 2 men and 1 woman. Both of them wore green Taoist robes, and both of them looked young. The one at the front was the teen in the middle. At this moment, her face was ashen white as she looked towards the cloud world without any spirit in her eyes. This is the blood sword monster lord who caused our Taoist faction to lose tens of thousands of disciples. He really is extraordinary. It is probably rare for someone like him to appear in thousands of years. The person who spoke stood at the side and was close to 30 years old. He had a red mole at the center of his brows and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. At this moment, his tone was filled with emotion. Who knew whether or not he was praising or if there was some other meaning to it? Senior Master Qingxin, I know you love talents, but this person is the enemy of our Taoist faction. I personally saw him kill a few of my good friends on the spot. He really is a demon-like person. The teen smiled bitterly and shook her head. He left the cloud world for so many years, and his cultivation actually didn't fall. Instead, it improved and became more and more indiscernible. The moment she said this, she asked curiously, with Senior Master's ability, can you take down Zhong-Shou now? If it was elsewhere, I would have a 90% chance. Qingxin's words were really arrogant. However, his tone wasn't really confident. He continued, however, don't forget that this is the Yuanren world. Within the Yuanren world, the so-called Deqian celestial dynasty has close to half of the land. What he meant was that if it was a fair fight, he would have a lot of chances. He had a high chance of winning, but he was close to Yuanlian world. Zhong-Shou was the landlord and controlled the strength of a country. Even if his cultivation was a little weaker, he would be able to go up against him and even suppress him. This person's physical body has reached the unbreakable realm, similar to God realm cultivators. The spirit realm sword intent he grasped is also really high. His instant space technique is pretty much untraceable. I don't know what other methods he has. However, with just this, he can jump realms and fight against Saint Realm cultivators. At initial Celestial Realm, he has the ability to go up against God Realm cultivators. He can be said to be the top rising star of the Cloud World. That headless, formless god demon didn't die in vain. This time, we have underestimated him. Qingming was also dejected. She was just in case. She even specially reminded the person in charge of the Hidden Devil sect to increase the number of people and send 5 Divine Realm experts. But the results still made her depressed. In other words, we can't do anything to him, and it is best if we don't attack him. It is best if that is the case. Qingxin nodded his head slightly. A satisfied expression appeared in his eyes. This girl could be taught. This time we have already alerted him. This person should be on guard. It would be even more difficult to scheme against him. Moreover, if the Cloud World situation is settled, Song Xingdao will be wiped out and Long Ying will have no one to help. It is really easy to take this kid's life. It is best if we play safe with the current situation. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by someone beside him. There is still a chance. This Zhong Shou has always been vicious. This time he was schemed against by those 4 powers and suffered heavy losses. He definitely won't let this matter rest. Hong Jiuqin and the others also don't look like people who are willing to give up their foundations. Once both sides clash, it will be our chance. When Qingxin heard this, he instantly frowned. Unhappily, he glanced to the side. This person was Xiao Xiangzi, one of the top juniors of the Taoist faction. However, this person was still in front of him and didn't have the chance to retort. If it wasn't for him giving face to the dead Wu Su, just based on these words, he would definitely make this young man suffer. Chapter 972. This kid was pretty much blinded by hatred. Didn't he know that although Taoist ancestor was 70% confident about Song Xingdao's matter, there were still some uncertainties? Once the plan failed, this person would have a legitimate excuse to return. At this moment, who in the Cloud World could block him? To deal with the Zhong Shou, they would have to pay a huge price. Jerk, do you have the right to speak here? Qingxin respected Qingming, but there was no need for him to be nice to Xiao Xiangzi. His father was about to become an end-realm Saint Venerable, and his tribulation was in the bag. He might be the 9th end-realm after Long Ying. In the Taoist faction, his position was really respected. As for Xiao Xiangzi, although he had the talent to merge spirit and martial arts, his cultivation progress was not bad. However, the death of his master and the death of the Taoist faction a few years ago had something to do with him. In his eyes, he was like grass that he could crush at will. Xiao Xiangzi's face turned ashen white, his eyes filled with rage and humiliation. He forced himself to bear with it and kept silent. Qingxin scoffed coldly and didn't bother anymore. He said to Qingming beside him, Palace Head has a noble identity and can't take risks. Moreover, that Judu Xianting Hanling order was once the enemy of our Taoist faction. Moreover, they are worried about Long Ying. Even if they have a conflict with Zhong Shou, they won't kill him and directly attack him. Working with them is like asking a tiger for its skin. After he finished speaking, he waited silently, looking at Qingming's expression. As for what choice to make, it was still up to her. This woman was in charge of Dowling vast habitat and was the palace head. In name, she was only second to the sect leader. If it was someone else, even Wu Su, he wouldn't have to do that. However, Qingming had a future end-realm Saint Venerable as her father, so he had to respect her. Qingming hesitated and found it hard to make a choice. Her hatred for Zhong Shou was irreconcilable. Using the illusory heart mirror to persuade Shadow Demon, he painstakingly planned this ambush. In order to witness the death of Zhong Shou, he even rushed here despite his busy schedule. He really didn't expect that those formless god demons would all be wiped out. In his heart, he was indeed a little unwilling to allow that enemy to roam freely in the world. Xiao Xiangzi's words really moved her. However, he was also aware of the risks that she might face next. If Cang Xingdao didn't die and Zhong Shou returned to the cloud world, no one in the cloud world would want to see such an outcome. Unable to make a decision, Qingming gradually became absent-minded. Suddenly, a laugh spread into his ear. Interesting, interesting. This lord has wandered the various worlds and came here by chance. But I was shocked to learn that someone was plotting against my friend. Tell me, what should I do? That voice was vaguely familiar. Qingming regained her senses and looked over in astonishment. He saw a figure standing in the distant void. He was about 20 years old and wore a purple robe. His eyes were filled with arrogance as he looked over with a smile that wasn't a smile. Osamu Hara. Qingming was at a loss. Why was this person here? Why didn't Qingxin notice his arrival? Hearing what he said, it seemed like he had heard what they said. With the treasure under his feet blocking the sound patterns and spiritual sense, how did this person do it? This Osamu Hara had bowed under Zhong Shou's sword. After that, they appreciated each other's talents and became close friends. If she told Zhong Shou about what happened today, then the outcome would be catastrophic. Qingming's eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife, killing intent surging out. Senior Master Qingxin, kill him. We can't let this person live. When Qingxin heard this, he didn't hesitate, waving his horsetail whisk and smashing it down. 3,000 silver threads, all as sharp as swords but also like needles. They were like snakes dancing in the sky as they swept over. However, just as he was about to reach them, there was a sudden burst of spiritual energy in the void. It caused the 3,000 silver threads to be slightly blocked. Then they heard Osamu Hara continue to laugh. Are you trying to kill me to silence me? They say that women are the most vicious, as expected. Luckily, amidst the chaotic spiritual wave, Osamu Hara suddenly tossed out an item. At the start, it was the size of a rice grain, but then it swiftly swelled. In just a moment, it turned into a human shape. It was a jade body, barehanded, but it didn't fear the 3,000 silver threads at all. With a honk, it smashed into the horsetail whisk. It caused the silver threads to explode, and then it furiously smashed over like a crazy tiger. Mai's faction Jade Puppet. Qingxin's pupils constricted. He didn't underestimate it at all, and now he went all out. The broken silver threads continued to entangle him relentlessly. Numerous maple leaf-shaped blood-colored blades flew out from Qingxin's sleeves. They stacked together, forming a maple leaf blade that slashed down from above. The jade puppet didn't block at all, allowing the blade light to slash on its head, not bothering at all. It was still a fist, ferociously smashing down. There was another rumbling sound, and the entire lotus leaf below shook for an instant. Qingxin frowned once more, his eyes filled with shock. This jade puppet was not only extremely strong, but it had the strength of 6,000 Sumera mountains. Its material was also similar to a celestial treasure, extremely tough. Looking at the maple leaf blade, it only left a white mark on the jade head. It was really tough to deal with it. It wasn't that he couldn't win, but that he needed to spend a lot of effort. Then, in the next moment, a figure suddenly flew through the explosion of astral energy that was enough to destroy immortal realm cultivators, rushing over. Qingxin was startled. What did this Osamu Hara kid want to do? In just a moment, Qingxin came back to his senses, following which he was filled with shock and fear. This person's target was Qingming and Xiao Xiangzi. Furious, Cheng Xin subconsciously flung a silk banner at Qingming. It firmly protected her figure. As for Xiao Xiangzi, under the suppression of the jade puppet, he couldn't be distracted and couldn't care less. 15 minutes later, Qingxin stood still in the air. Looking at the jade-white light flying into the distance, his expression was really ugly. In the blink of an eye, it was out of his line of sight. Caught off guard, he still wasn't able to protect Xiaoxiangzi. With the jade puppet leading the way, Osamu Hara's speed was even a little faster than his. He could only look on as this person fled. Qingming's face was so dark and sunken that it was about to drip water. After a long while, she took in a deep breath. Senior Master, no matter what, we can't let this person contact that Zhongshou, especially that Xiaoxiangzi. Qingxi nodded his head solemnly. Naturally, he had an idea about this matter. However, with the jade puppet there, if Osamu Hara wanted to flee with his strength alone, he wouldn't be able to stop him. To capture this person, he had to gather his fellow sect members. If that didn't work, at least he had to take Xiaoxiangzi's life. When Zhongshou arrived at the palace in the clouds where Chaho Hu and the Shura race stayed, he noticed that this place was empty. Within the huge celestial manor in the sky, there wasn't a single person. Zhongshou stepped in and no one stopped him. Only when he walked in front of the most majestic hall did he sense something. Raising his eyes and looking up, he saw Chaho Hu smiling as he sat at the head of the hall. Zhong Shaxin had many questions in his heart, but he suppressed them and walked in. I just found out that the League of the Seven didn't continue to participate in the Yuanren World Battle because of the Shura race's threat. I really have to thank Brother Ho for this. If the League of the Seven also interfered with the 5 families working together, Tai Chi and the others might not have been able to hold on until now. Even the other 4 families were more or less restricted by the Shura race. At this moment, it confirmed that the person in front of him had a special identity and wasn't just a normal Shura race general. What is Brother Zhong saying? I promised you in the past, so naturally, I will try my best. This is what I should do, so why thank me? Chao Hu shook his head, getting up and walking down the steps. As for Brother Zhong, you really didn't disappoint me. The battle in the outer region World River was really exciting. It made me feel that everything I did was worth it. As he said that, he didn't wait for Zhongshou to open his mouth. He tossed a jade letter over and said with deep meaning, "Inside is some weird news that happened not far from the Yuanren world. Brother Zhong can take a look." Zhongshou casually took it and sent his spiritual sense in. Roughly 3 breaths later, he retracted his spiritual sense with a heavy heart. Within this jade letter was news about Shuriwe. It made him feel shocked and also pressured. That person, in less than 4 years, had already occupied a total of 23 worlds, amongst which there was even a medium-sized world. His emotions shook, and he couldn't recover for a long time. Zhongshou was distracted for a full 15 minutes before he came back to his senses and adjusted his meridians. An indescribable sense of pressure rose up in his heart. He also felt that the future was even more difficult to predict. That person rose up after occupying the Yuanren world. He took down dozens of small worlds before returning to the Cloud World. When he took the Cloud World into his hands, he couldn't stop himself. He attacked the Yuanren world and occupied it first. Logically speaking, he was going to steal its luck. Who knew that Shiryue's strength would grow even faster? There is an expert helping him from behind. Chahohu smiled. However, the main reason is because of Brother Zhong. Zhongshou looked over in shock, only to hear Chahohu say, "If not for Brother Zhong involving a portion of the Judu Xianing and Hanling order, the pressure on the pressure would be reduced a little. It would have eased the pressure that person was facing, and it wouldn't have been able to complete such a whale swallowing." Only then did Zhongshou have his doubts cleared up. However, his mouth was filled with a bitter taste. What was this? He wanted to stop that person's momentum. In the end, it had actually helped him. Following which he shook his head. He wasn't someone who blamed the heavens and people and would sigh when he faced setbacks. It would be good if he could stop that person, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. The Yuanren world's location was great. The dozens of small worlds around were not only filled with human races, but they were also rich in resources. It was a great place to raise troops. Once he successfully occupied it, he might not be weaker than Shuriwe. Chapter 973. What is Brother Cha's intention in giving me this item? Placing down the jade letter, Zhongshou looked over curiously. He was indeed filled with questions in his heart. He thought back to the conversation he had with Chaho Hu when he left Yuanren world. Shura race calamity? Was this person really so afraid of Shuriwa? I just want to remind Brother Zong that time waits for no one. If we don't catch up, it will be too late. Chaho Hu smiled and explained, following which he said, "Is ruler returning to swallow up Yuanren world? Or do you have other plans? If that is the case, then I can help you a little." At this moment, Zhongsho naturally wouldn't say that not only did he want to swallow up Yuanren world, but he also wanted to occupy the surrounding worlds. No matter how much he trusted him, he couldn't say such words. As they say, if a ruler doesn't keep secrets, he will lose his country. If a subject doesn't keep secrets, he will lose his body. Before everything was settled, he wasn't willing to tell anyone about his plans. The only thing he was interested in was Chaho Hu's assistance. Whether or not to swallow up Yuanren is still to be decided. It will depend on the situation. However, if I say yes, how will Brother Cha help me? Chao wasn't surprised by Zhongsho's probing words. With a wave of his hand, a ball of spiritual light gathered up and formed words in the air. The words were the size of a fly's head. Line by line, they were a full 30 feet long. My Shura race has ruled this region for dozens of years. We can't compare to the sky-burning Lu family, but we have some wealth. We have all the treasures in the race. The items that I listed out should be of some help to Brother Zone. However, these things didn't come out of nowhere. If Brother Zone wants them, you need to exchange for something of equal value. He smiled. Just now, you killed 5 formless god demons, so Brother Zone should have gained a lot? Be it mind stones, treasures, pills, or talismans, you can exchange for them with me. Just those 5 shadow demon energy pellets can be exchanged for at least 3,000 low-grade celestial stones. The price is absolutely fair, and I won't lie to Brother Zong. Zhongsho did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the list that Chaho Hu had given him. It truly had everything. From Dao weapons to medicinal pills, there were also all sorts of spirit treasures and spirit treasures. There were even all sorts of cultivation techniques. However, he sighed inwardly. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch. However, judging from Chaho Hu's actions, he seemed more like a businessman. His impression of the Azura tribe was somewhat different. Zhongsho Shin's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts as he read through the list. He was really tempted. Those 5 shadow devil essence cores were what Xiao Jin needed, so they couldn't be sold. However, he did have quite a lot of things in his hands right now. He didn't have many spirit stones and immortal stones, but he had Lu Tianqing and 5 formless god demons. There were many heavenly treasures and earthly treasures, as well as spirit artifacts and pills. Apart from that, he also collected a lot in Songling World. Other than those who were close to him, he would choose some of the best products to keep. Most of the others were useless to him. In the future, he would head to the ruined city to sell them. Why not exchange for some things at Chaho Hu's place? Not long later, he would be able to use them. Just the items on the list numbered in the tens of thousands. Zhongsho noticed dozens of spiritual herbs that could be used to help refine Source Ocean demon slaying warriors. He was able to gather close to 1,000 of them, which was more than enough. However, this made him unable to give up. Beside the list, there were also corresponding prices. It was indeed quite fair. Many of the items were slightly more expensive. However, at this moment, near the Yuanren world, there were many things that one couldn't buy even if one wanted to. This Chaho Hu wasn't a scammer. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhongsho didn't hesitate anymore. He took out some celestial treasures that he didn't need, a total of 7. Then, there were 60 magical treasures. As for the various heavenly treasures, there were more than 1,000 of them. Chaho Hu looked on quietly from the side, his eyes filled with shock. Brother Zong is really rich. It really exceeded my expectations. He took in a deep breath and calculated before opening his mouth. I can offer 13,200 low-grade celestial stones for these items. Is Brother Zong satisfied? Zhongsho's lips twitched. This was just 21 initial god, realm, shadow, demon energy pellets. However, he knew that Chaho Hu didn't lower the price too much. He estimated that it was about the same, just slightly higher than 1,000. Slightly nodding his head, Zhongsho pointed with his finger. He gathered some spiritual light into words and pulled them to his side. Then, after the price, he added the quantity. A weird glow flashed in Chahohu's eyes. Brother Zong seems to have taken most of these items to refine Heaven Grey Dao soldiers. Zhongsho didn't bother. Only when 200 sets of ingredients were gathered did he stop. These items were estimated to be around 3,000 low-grade celestial stones. After a discussion, he might be able to lower the price a little. Apart from that, there were 180 Heaven Grey Dao soldiers who temporarily used swords and robes. They didn't need to be refined, as the Shura race already had them. Their grades weren't high, but they were all standardized and were compatible with the Imperial Demon Slaying Sword formation. The number was estimated to be around 5,000 low-grade celestial stones. Then, his eyes gathered on the various types of Dao soldier armor. They were dazzling, and there were many types. However, they weren't what he needed. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhongsho probed once more. I need some Xian and Huang Grey Dao soldier armor. Can they be customized? How long will it take? The core of Heaven and Earth Grey Dao soldiers was in their cultivation methods. As for Xian and Huang grade, apart from the supporting cultivation methods, a small portion of it was in the armor. He obtained the sky-burning Liu family bloodline legacy, and at least a quarter of the memories were related to battle. There were close to 100 types of Dao soldiers, and it was enough for him to perfect the equipment of the Black Fox Iron Cavalry. Even the Big Dipper sword soldiers and Big Dipper crossbow soldiers, these Huang Grey Dao soldiers that shocked the world during the Qin era, could help a lot. Based on what he knew, out of the hundreds of thousands of people he brought to the Yuanren world, there were 60,000. Under the nourishment of the abundant spiritual energy of the Yuanren world, they had entered Grade 4 realm. The few Qian generals who followed Zhongsho over also had plans. They had trained these Grade 4 martial cultivators and spirit masters well. In the Yuanren world, there were 8 countries under his rule. Since the martial restrictions were opened up, there were many talented people who advanced. Adding the two together, they could reach 80,000. If these people were gathered together, it was enough to make one fear them. What they lacked was a set of armor to cultivate the Dao soldier supporting cultivation method that he modified. He actually brought many materials back this time. However, to craft them himself, it would definitely take a long time. Customization? Customization is okay. When Chahohu heard that, he wasn't too sure. That would depend on the weapon and armor that the ruler wants and what kind of materials are needed. If the materials are complete, then it wouldn't take more than 10 days to craft a set of Xian Grey Dao soldier armor. 10 days? Zhongsho was stunned. At first, he didn't dare to believe that his ears were pierced. However, he saw that Chahohu's face was really serious. He gathered his spiritual light and made a list. He even listed out a few armor and weapon blueprints. He only lacked some key parts which were the core secrets of the Dao soldier. No matter how difficult it was, he had to craft it himself and couldn't let others do it for him. Chahohu took a look and nodded his head. There isn't anything that my race lacks. However, your armor and weapons are really exquisite, so it will take half a month. If the Xian grade doesn't exceed 50,000, then it will take at most a month. As for yellow grade, there is no limit. Half a month? At this moment, Zhongsho felt like he had heard a celestial voice. A month to hand it over. Then he was willing to delay the battle with the Judu Xianing by a few more days. He felt a chill in his heart. Was this the war potential of the Shura race? If the Shura race was like that, then what about the sky-burning Liu family who occupied 800 worlds? Taking in a deep breath, Zhongsho directly drew the number 15,000 behind the Black Fox armor. Naturally, he also included a full set of weapons, horse armor, and mounts. As for the Big Dipper sword soldiers and Big Dipper crossbow soldiers, the Dead Qian used a simplified version. At this moment, Grade 4 martial cultivators were enough. So, Zhongsho directly ordered 60,000 sets of complete equipment. However, Just these alone cost him another 3,000 low-grade celestial stones. At this moment, he was only left with 1,000 low-grade celestial stones. He really couldn't buy anything good, so he casually pulled out some commonly used pills and was prepared to buy them. Their grades weren't high, but there were millions of them. Xinyuan Irin's Dragon Salamander Blood Essence pill helped the dead Qian a lot in the past. However, as the number of cultivators under their rule increased, it slowly wasn't enough. The spiritual salamander blood wasn't endless, and Ao Kuan couldn't supply it all the time. Half a year ago, the supply of the Dragon Salamander Blood Essence pill had stopped. Every year, only a portion was refined as a reward. However, at this moment, Zongsho's the Qian Celestial Dynasty also needed to provide pills for these new cultivators. However, the pill masters in the country hadn't fully grown, so they could only rely on external purchases. After everything was settled, Zongsho was about to swell up. However, he heard Chaho who laugh once more. I nearly forgot to say that our race can actually borrow money. As long as it doesn't exceed 60,000 low-grade celestial stones, with a 50% interest, it won't be able to accumulate. Zongsho originally wanted to stop, but when he heard those words, his chest felt stuffy. 50% interest a month? This person really dared to open his mouth. A month later, he would need to return 90,000 celestial stones. However, thinking about it, Zongsho didn't immediately reject. With these weapons and armor, he had at least 70% confidence in heavily damaging the Judas Xianting. Even the other powers would suffer heavy losses. At that time, no matter how much he owed, he would be able to pay it back. Continuing to browse, Samurai's eyes focused on the Tai God lightning ship. It was a type of spaceship, but it was much stronger than the ones under him. Within it were 18 Tai God lightning towers, which were ships that could go up against celestial realm cultivators. It was said that one ship could go up against peak celestial realm cultivators, and with 10 of them, even God realm cultivators wouldn't be able to do anything. It was just that the price was shocking. It was a huge amount of 3,000 low-grade celestial stones. Chapter 974. These Tai God lightning ships, with the strength of our Shura race combined, we can only produce 10 a year. If Brother Zone wants to buy, I can give you a discount. The price could go up to 2,500 or add 2 more Tai God lightning towers on the spaceship. 10 of them can also be delivered within a month. These spaceships can also be given to Brother Zone this time. After today, you might not have a chance to buy them in the future. Like he saw through Zongsho's thoughts. Chahohu's words were filled with temptation as he raised the price once more. Zongshoxin's heart jumped once more. Naturally, he knew that what Chahohu said was the truth. Things like the Tai God lightning ship, no matter which family it was in, were heavy treasures. They were the core of controlling the outer region world river. One ship could go up against peak celestial realm experts. If there were celestial realm experts of the same strength there, its combat strength would increase by several times. It was something that even if one wanted to buy, one would have to search for. To build one within a year, one would need at least 30 celestial realm artifact blacksmiths. There probably weren't many powers like the 9 capital celestial dynasty and Hanling order. To deliver within a month meant that they would be able to make it in time for the upcoming battle. Moreover, if he wanted to control all the small worlds nearby, he would be able to do so. Then, they had to have a stronger spaceship fleet. Those normal spaceships were far from what they needed. If they had 20 of them, not only would they be able to control the area around Yuanren, they would even be able to suppress the outer regions. He really couldn't reject. However, on the list of Tai God lightning ships, there was a limit of 20. Zongsho didn't hesitate and bought all of them over. There is no need to reduce the price. I can add 2 more Tai God lightning towers. However, since I can't pay all at once, then Brother Cha needs to allow me to pay in installments. Seeing that Chahohu didn't retort, Zongsho took it as a silent agreement. With that, he would have a debt of 30,000 low-grade celestial stones. As for the other things, Zongsho wasn't interested and wasn't willing to pay more interest. Thus, After taking a quick glance at the other names, he decided to drop the subject. However, when his peripheral vision swept across the bottom, his expression changed once more. Spirit realm, slave, cultivator? What is the meaning of this? As the name suggests, they are servant cultivators who have reached the spirit realm. Over the years, our clan hasn't invaded the outer realms, so we don't have many slaves like this. We don't do this business either. However, in the various large-scale markets, you can find everything you need. He then explained, Brother Zong, don't worry. Since I dare to sell it, I've already eliminated all future troubles. Most of these slave cultivators had their memories wiped, which was equivalent to having a new personality. If there were any betrayals or other accidents, generally, reputable slave merchants would take full responsibility. Many factions would buy them as Dao soldiers, servants, puppets, or even blood sacrifices. Your Taoist faction spent a lot of money a while ago, buying 1,000 people 3 years ago. I don't know what your intentions are. Zhongshu's face instantly turned green. Before this, he wasn't sure whether or not this Chaho who was sincerely helping him, or if he had other goals. Then at this moment, after looking at the Tai, God Lightning ship and Spirit Realm slave cultivators, at least he knew that this person was willing to spend money. Chaho seemed to know what he lacked at this moment. The list he listed was all things he needed. What shocked him the most was the news that Chaho, who said at the end, the Taoist faction bought 1,000 Spirit Realm slaves in one go. What were they preparing to do? This matter is a secret. However, there are no secrets in this world. I only found out recently. Although your few factions aren't that strong in this world and your accumulations aren't that thick, you can do whatever you want. No matter where you're placed, you could be a hero of an area. Chao said unknowingly and then asked, how many are you prepared to buy? My race doesn't have any Spirit Realm slaves in stock. However, we can buy them and they can arrive in Yuanren within a month. If Brother Zong doesn't trust my race, you can inspect the goods then. I think those restrictions that control people's hearts won't be hidden from Brother Zong. Oh right. I remember that there's a trading fleet of my race nearby. It is an item sent by a slave merchant, as long as Brother Zong is willing to raise the price and negotiate with him. Then you don't need a month and can arrive in 3 days. Zongshu looked at Chaho calmly and didn't say anything. He directly reached out with his hand and set the number at 500. Earth-grade Dao soldiers. As long as there were enough citizens under their rule and enough resources, they would naturally grow in number. Once they gained a stable footing in Yuanren world, they would attract more cultivators to join them. Actually, he didn't have much money to buy them. 500 Spirit Realm slaves, the total was close to 30,000 low-grade celestial stones. Who knows whether or not it was a coincidence, but the number of Spirit Realm slaves and Tai God Lightning ships was around 60,000. Luckily, the materials used to craft the spirit-changing, demon-slaying warriors were a grade lower than heaven-grade Dao soldiers. Zongshu had prepared a lot, and this Yuanren world also had enough materials, so he didn't need to construct anything else. After the trade was done, Zongshu and Chaho had a casual conversation. On the surface, they were talking about their cultivation experiences, but in the dark, both sides were trying to probe each other. However, half a day passed, and they didn't gain anything. Chao's mouth was really tight, and he wasn't willing to reveal too much. On Zongshu's side, he didn't show his emotions on his face. In the end, they both felt bored. Zongshu scolded out, "Little fox," and then he didn't stay any longer and left. As for working together in Yuanren world, he did have such thoughts before, but now he didn't mention it at all. The Shura race moved the people here away to show their attitude, and that they weren't willing to directly interfere. Zongshu naturally didn't have such thoughts and didn't ask for trouble. He stepped out of the palace in the sky and walked beneath the clouds. Zongshu was startled. If the Shura race's resources could arrive as promised, then his De Qian celestial dynasty would instantly have 200 celestial realm experts and 600 spirit realm experts. Xian and Huang Grey Dao soldiers, tens of thousands. Such a power, even when the cloud world was at its peak, was enough to rule an area. In the outer region, it far exceeded the celestial order that had been operating for 10,000 years. Unknowingly, he had walked to such a stage. He thought about how the Shura race could have so many resources in a month. If it said that they weren't prepared, then he wouldn't believe it. Most probably they prepared well beforehand. If the one who could unify Yuanren world wasn't him, Zhongsho smiled. His final doubts were solved. These things were mostly prepared for Zhuangyu, but in the end, they benefited him. As for whether or not Chaho who got more chips because of him, Zhongsho didn't know and didn't need to care. When he returned to the Yuanjing Celestial Palace, most of the people had already rushed back. Only Jingyin and Xianyinlan weren't there. The two of them weren't good at fighting and killing people and didn't like killing. However, they both had the ability to heal the injured and save the dying. Xianyinlan was good at the zither and grasped spiritual tunes that could help adjust one's meridians and heal injuries. It could even stimulate life force and cause one to echo from the dead. Jingyin came from the Buddhist faction, and it was said that she studied the thousand-leaf spiritual curse really deeply. She also had healing abilities that were not inferior to Xianyinlan's and even stronger. This was why, although the two of them didn't participate in war matters, they were still respected by people. Before Zhongsho returned, there were many battles in the southwest. Even if Zhuangyu had great ability, he couldn't avoid casualties. Thus, the two of them stayed at the border to take care of those injured soldiers. Based on what Xianyinlan said, they couldn't leave them to die. Jingyin said that saving a life would give them a lot of merit points. This made Zhongsho feel that it was a pity. He originally wanted to meet Jingyin to see what was different between the two of them. He instinctively felt that Xianyinlan really couldn't bear to return at such a time. As for Jingyin, it was most probably because she was hiding from him. After returning to the Yuanjing Palace, Zhongsho didn't care about anything. He grabbed Ruoshui and slept with her, messing around for a day before he started to truly care about things. As the ruler of the Celestial Dynasty, he couldn't just ignore everything. Luckily, the few country matters under him were taken care of by the rulers. The Daqian Celestial Dynasty only needed to collect wealth. Some difficult matters could be decided by this Yuanren world version of the meeting hall when he wasn't there. With the Kenzo sect, the Buddhist faction, Zhangsheng Dao, and the other powers, as well as the various countries restricting one another, they wouldn't easily harm his interests. What he really needed to deal with was mostly military matters, as well as the celestial cultivators that he gathered within the Celestial Dynasty. The first person he met was naturally Zhuangyu, who was in charge of the situation for him. However, the first document that this general of the Gone City presented was out of Zhongsho's expectations. He wanted to disband the Xuandu guards. He was really surprised. Zhongsho had always been careful not to touch the Xuandu guards. It was like Zhuangyu's private army, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. He was prepared to deal with this matter when the time came. Who knew that Zhuangyu would take the initiative to mention it? The Big Dipper swordsmen under ruler are far stronger than Xuandu. If we don't disband them early on, it will only be a waste of combat strength. Zhuangyu calmly cupped his fists. During these few years, ruler has kept to your promises. I'm already convinced. I heard that ruler's subordinates in the cloud world are disbanding their private armies. I'm no exception. Moreover, I don't have so much money to raise so many troops. Zhongsho smiled when he heard this. He knew that only now did this general truly submit. As you wish. Those 20,000 Xuandu guards will all become Big Dipper swordsmen. Based on our Daqian rules, you can choose 3,000 to be your personal guards. After deciding this matter, Zhongsho flipped open the second document. He was still surprised. In the memorial, Zhuangyu was really detailed, writing down all his thoughts on using the Black Fox Iron Cavalry. What strengths they had, what weaknesses they had, how to improve, it was all detailed. A satisfied expression appeared on Zhongsho's face once more. This person really put in a lot of effort. He only perfected the armor of the Black Fox Iron Cavalry. The supporting cultivation method was still incomplete. Zhuangyu's memorial made up for the last shortcoming. Chapter 975. The Black Fox Iron Cavalry is good at illusionary spells and spells. Their tracks are really unpredictable. They're good at ambushing and can also attack from long distances. Only when they charge head-on, their strength is slightly weaker. Among the Black Fox Iron Cavalry, there are many dual cultivators who train in both spells and martial arts. Such talents are rare. We can't force them to charge at the formation. In my humble opinion, why don't we add a backup mount beast? Its skin is really thick, and when it isn't carrying anything, its speed can be comparable to a grade 5 silver scale, wine-stepping beast. Looking at this, Zhongsho smiled. This was the same as what he was thinking. Since they are dual cultivators, we can let the Black Fox Iron Cavalry learn 1 or 2 spells that can be cast instantly. The size of the power can be ignored, but we need to use it in front of the formation. There is no need to prepare, no need to form seals, just use it. When they charge at the formation, they will have no weaknesses. Closing the document, Zhongsho was in deep thought about whether or not it could be done. He already had a rough structure of the supporting techniques of the Black Fox Iron Cavalry. It was to strengthen the charging ability of the Black Fox Cavalry. However, thinking about it now, it was similar to his original thoughts. Even if the Black Fox Iron Cavalry could increase their combat strength, it would be a small increase. Why not follow Zhuang Yu's suggestion to continue to work on the spells that the Black Fox Iron Cavalry were good at and use as strengths? However, this meant that everything that he had prepared before would have to be redone. Next would be the problem of instant casting spells. The Black Fox Iron Cavalry under him were said to be unparalleled in both spirit and martial arts. But after all, what they focused on was the martial path. It wasn't an easy matter to think of spells that could be used by these people. Apart from these 2 matters, the other military matters were all small matters. Zhuang Yu was a smart person and knew when to advance and retreat. He wasn't good at power. Many sensitive matters were left to the generals that Zhongsho originally brought to the Cloud World to deal with. There were also some factionless cultivators who were prepared to join the Qian Celestial Dynasty. Zhuang Yu also didn't dare to act on his own and didn't know whether or not the foundations of these people were reliable. He also delayed and purposely waited for Zhongsho to return before he dealt with them. At its peak, there were around 60 to 70 rogue cultivators. After that, perhaps because they saw that the Qian situation was not good, many of them ran away. Only about 20 people were left. Zhuang Yu reckoned that these people were either really unafraid of death and thought highly of the Qian, or they were really stupid and couldn't understand the situation, or they had ulterior motives. Zhongsho was pleased, but he knew that this person had not truly integrated himself into the Qian system. He had many misgivings. He carefully maintained it, doing his best not to cross that line. This was a good thing, but in the long run, it would inevitably lead to discord. When faced with a special situation, if Zhuang Yu acted like this, he would only make things worse. He was not a suspicious ruler. With the system of the Qian Immortal Dynasty, the possibility of his subjects rebelling was minuscule. Zhuang Yu really didn't need to do that. Zhongsho shook his head slightly. This kind of thing could only be discussed in the future. Now was not the time to resolve it. In just a few minutes, Zhongsho had dealt with all the miscellaneous matters, following which he discussed with the various generals about moving elites from the army to form a complete version of the Big Dipper sword soldiers and Big Dipper crossbow soldiers, arranging for the army to train together. The armor that Chaho who ordered could be sent over in a month. Under him, those grade 4 and above martial cultivators and spirit masters usually trained. Many of them had started to train in the supporting techniques of the Big Dipper sword soldiers and crossbow soldiers and had some small success. However, in the end, they had not been properly trained and had not formed into an army. At this moment, they had to hurry. In the Yuanren world, those below Xiantian could still be used. If they wanted to conquer other worlds, the main force would still need to rely on these Xian and Huang grade soldiers. In the art of troops, quality was more important than quantity. At most, they could recruit some servants with lower combat strength as reinforcements to build up these 2 types of Huang grade soldiers to increase the number and combat strength of the Black Fox Iron Cavalry. This was the most important matter for the Deqian at this moment. However, although this matter sounded simple, when Zhongsho started, the process was really complicated. Even with Zhuang Yu and Shirulin helping him, he used 3 days to barely arrange everything. On this day, the first trading fleet of the Shura race silently arrived outside of the Yuanren world. At this moment, the 9 absolute Celestial Dynasty and Celestial Order spaceships were heavily damaged. Under the suppression of Shirulin, they were greatly reducing their area of activity. Who knows if they had already noticed the arrival of this fleet, or if they really didn't know. Or maybe the Shura race actually didn't stop them. 500 Spirit Realm slaves, 10 Tai God Lightning ships, as well as the materials he bought to craft Dao soldiers. They were all sent over on time, not missing a single thing. The others were okay, but those 10 Tai God Lightning ships made Shirulin so happy that she was about to jump up. The members of the Navy Division were all overjoyed. These were the most proper warships in the outer region World River. In comparison, their Deqian spaceships were many civilian ships. They only had some combat strength by relying on the 9-armed spiritual crossbows and the energy-destroying crossbows. Not only did each Tai God Lightning ship have a spiritual martial Tai God Lightning tower, but they also had the strength of a peak Celestial Realm cultivator. Their own defenses were also really strong. Once they got them, the combat strength of the fleet would instantly increase by dozens of times. What Zhongsho cared more about were the 500 Spirit Realm slaves, as well as the materials for him to craft slave soldiers. The day he obtained these goods, he went into secluded meditation once more. Crafting a heaven-grade Dao soldier would take a full day. As for an earth-grade, it would only take 6 hours. Logically speaking, he had to craft these Spirit Realm slaves and the Celestial Realm cultivators sealed in the Jade Plate into Dao soldiers. It would at least take close to a year. Luckily, he had the Book of Ian. Coincidentally, he also obtained some new Celestial Stones. His days were really leisurely. Zhongsho only needed to craft 1 to 2 Dao soldiers a day. The rest of the time was to follow Zhuang Yu's suggestion to perfect the supporting cultivation method of the Black Fox Iron Cavalry. Their progress was really quick. Even Zhongsho had times when he was stumped. Several worlds away, Ao Kuan and Ao E were still hidden. He hoped that he would be able to learn something from the two of them. In just 12 days, there was a rough outline. He started to order all the Black Fox cavalry to change and train in this cultivation method. Luckily, before this, Zhongsho's custom-made armor didn't have much to improve. The restrictions within the armor were meant to increase the ability of the Black Fox cavalry to cast spells. This was why Zhongsho only made slight improvements and then sent the blueprints to Chahohu. It shouldn't cause the Black Fox cavalry to be formed to be delayed any further. Based on Zhongsho's thoughts, although the Black Fox cavalry couldn't be like the Blood Cloud cavalry, which could absorb vital energy to strengthen their combat strength. However, if there were many of them, the energy meridians could be connected. Under the control of the leader, they could cast large-scale spells. As long as there were over 10,000 of them, they could totally suppress the Blood Cloud cavalry. The more people there were, the greater the increase in combat strength. However, they weren't truly stronger than the latter. The Blood Cloud cavalry only needed armor and soldiers, and training them was really easy. As for the Black Fox cavalry, they needed to be at least grade 6 and above. They had their own strengths and weaknesses, and it was tough to differentiate between the two. In the current Immortal Court, there were not many suitable candidates to become Black Fox Knights, even if the equipment refined by Azura had arrived. Even if the Azura Shura cavalry was refined, there were at most 9,000 of them. However, with this cavalry, he truly had the ability to go up against the armies of the 4 factions in the Yuanren world and the outer region battlefield. He didn't have to rely on the heaven and earth grade Dao soldiers in his hands, as well as the strength of Ao Kuan. On the 24th day, the second Shura race fleet arrived. This time, it was ordered by Zhongsho, a full 15,000 Black Fox armor and special weapons. There were also 35,000 grade 6 horned lightning rhinos. They were the cavalry that Zhongsho chose for his Black Fox Iron Cavalry. They were a little dumb, but their speed wasn't weak. Their skin was thick, and their charging strength was pretty much the same grade crystal beasts. Moreover, when thousands of them charged, the lightning power could spread hundreds of miles. Along with the instantaneous spells that the cavalry grasped, the Black Fox Cavalry would be able to instantly cast spells. Just thinking about the charging strength of the Black Fox Cavalry made one's head feel numb. Apart from that, the equipment of the 60,000 Big Dipper sword soldiers and Big Dipper crossbow soldiers also arrived. The only awkward thing was that the core components that the Qian Celestial Dynasty made were much weaker than the armor that the Shura race crafted. It caused all the equipment to drop by half a grade for no reason. Even the soldiers below grumbled. At this moment, not only the Buddhist faction Kinzo sect cultivators felt that something was up, people like Zhuang Yu, who was born in the Yuanren world, also felt that something wasn't right. In just a month, the strength of the Qian Celestial Dynasty in the Yuanren world had doubled. 8,000 Black Fox Cavalry, 40,000 Big Dipper sword soldiers, 20,000 Big Dipper crossbow soldiers were all built up. In the outer region, there were 10 Tai God lightning ships that were comparable to 200 to 300 spaceships in the past. Just half of the Yuanren world wasn't enough for such a battle. After the Dao soldiers that Zhongsho subdued were refined, they were mostly arranged within the Yuanjing Celestial Palace. This matter could be hidden from others, but it couldn't be hidden from them, who were also in the Yuanjing Celestial Palace. They would know anything that happened in the palace. Moreover, there were hundreds of Celestial Realm and Spirit Realm cultivators who appeared out of nowhere. With so many Celestial Realm cultivators, how could the Qian Celestial Dynasty provide for them? They had many questions in their hearts, but due to Zhongsho being in secluded meditation, they couldn't disturb him. Actually, they just needed to think back to what Zhongsho said to Tai Chi in the World River, and they could roughly guess something. They were all nervous as they all focused on their preparations. Zhuangyu didn't bother about Zhongsho's thoughts, directly replacing Zhongsho to focus on the training of troops. Since there was a possibility of a huge battle, naturally, they hoped that the troops in their hands were as elite as possible. Coincidentally, a month later, Zhongsho stepped out of the room. All the Dao tools had been completely refined. At this moment, he received news that Tai Chi was finally welcomed by Hong Jiuchen after being ignored for a full month. He laughed coldly in his heart. Delaying for a full month, one could imagine the attitudes of those few people. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.